Okay, hey guys. What is today actually? Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Anyway, I was looking at Miss Dog Lover. She's saying, "Where am I in the leaderboard now?" Never did look at that last night because after I got off here and stuff like that, then I had to get ready for bed, and because I had to get up for 4:30 in the morning. Anyways, hey Ben, how are you? Becoming frequent again, Ben. How's your job going, Ben? By the way, just checking. Hi, Jackie. Let's see here. There's Jackie over there, and Ben is in the house. Crafty one. Hi, Crafty. My cat deciding to come down off the bed and go underneath my leg and start meowing. Streamlabs is in the house. And anyway, so let's see here. Yeah, pouring rain. You know what? It was raining when I left to work this morning, and then when I got home, I was like, "That's right, that's it, son. You come on out." Uh, and then, hi, Melissa. How are you? So there was a couple news things that came out not too long ago. As a matter of fact, nothing breaking. In the case, of course, of course, for Lily and Jack. At this moment, it's still unclear what has happened to them, where they are, and stuff like that. Of course. Actually, I got to turn off this fan. I got this fan going because I'm usually always hot, hot, hot. Um, Miss Miss Dog Lover definitely broken, isn't it? Yeah, I still have to look at what those crown things are all about. Never did, like I said, look at those last night on there. But so, anyways, again, happy Tuesday night. I was off at 2. Um, decided I was going to do a live. I was just checking to see, what stuff was out there. And there was a couple of news things that had come out. So we can definitely go over those. And another case that kind of we've been talking about recently, I seen Deception Detective put it out because kind of like here, a lot of people keep bringing up Dylan Eller's case as well, to cover and stuff like that. So, so we'll start with that actually. So, uh, Dylan Eller, 2020. It is what the parents deem as a suspicious disappearance, and they don't necessarily buy the fact that he ended up into the river. I don't want to call it a river. It's more like a brook, right? But a fast flowing type of brook. And apparently it leads off into this direction and it goes back that direction. It reminds me of when I lived in Whitecourt, and it's like where the two rivers meet. You had one coming this way and one going the Athabasca River and whatever the other one was called. Anyways, it was a great tubing. When you can sit in a tube for 2 hours and you just sit in the tube and you end up, and it's just a really nice journey. The tube, when I'm talking about, right on the water, the typical tubes and stuff like that. But anyways, so the parents, believe that there was perhaps more suspiciousness to this case, and hence they're going to be doing a search for it. I believe I'm not mistaken, I believe it was at the 30th and then the 1st at the end of this month here, May 30th and June 1st. And so he was 3 years old when he was, taken over to his grandma's house, and the grandma was outside with him tying up the dog, and just like that, he was gone. And then I guess hours later, they find the boot, the first boot. Now, I believe it was the dad, but basically saying that, well, hold on, this area was already searched and there was no boot there then. And then this boot shows up, and then hours later, the second boot shows up a little further down the stream. And so the parents just think that there's something more sinister to do with this case, in the case of the disappearance of Dylan, their son. And so, yeah, they basically want basically it to be reinvestigated again. And so that case again we'll be covering, and like I said, I noticed Deception Detective was covering it for said reasons. A lot of people in the Nova Scotia area, because it's from the Truro area, which is kind of like the same place Leia's from, and her mother. And so again, it's another big case that anyone that's Canadian, perhaps especially on the East Coast side, have been following. So with that said as well, okay, so then we have Sebastian Rogers, and Sebastian Rogers again, always bringing awareness to these cases. This case I've been following, I'll say this channel because sometimes Melissa's on with me, sometimes Charmaine, but been following it since day one. And it's been over a year, February 25th. Sebastian Rogers is, high functioning autistic. He was 15 at the time of his disappearance. And of course, he's 16 now. His birthday was on December 7th. We have that case of the mother and the stepdad. And Sebastian was living with his mother and the stepdad at the time of his disappearance. And Seth Rogers, the father, that has been constantly out there in the public, on his YouTube channel that he never really brought up, but he brought it up for the sake of his son and the awareness and talking about it. Seth Rogers has been on tons of, people's lives and stuff like that. And just constantly just wanting to find his child. What happened to Sebastian Rogers? It's a strange case. If you don't know about it, I've covered it in many videos. Again, this channel likes to stick with the facts when it comes to the specifics of the case, and then talking about speculation and theories, what could have happened, is a different matter in itself. Because obviously, when someone just disappears and things are strange to the disappearance of a child, that's especially when the true crime sleuth, really start digging and digging. Sometimes they might dig a little bit too much, and stuff like that sometimes, or cross border lines. But we just like to stick with the facts of the case. And when I say the facts, whether the parent is telling the truth or not, bottom line is that you take the information that is closest, either from the family, from the RCMP or LE, law enforcement as you call it in the States, and you take that information and look at that. Doesn't mean that news articles don't get things wrong. They clearly do. We see it multiple times where they can kind of twist something. They've done it in the case of Jack and Lily. They've done it, obviously in Sebastian's case. I mean, Nicola Bully was a huge one. I could literally take 12 different articles and find inconsistencies in what information was being put out there. And that's really can sometimes really bog a case because I always just like the facts. I don't want fabrication to it. I don't want anything. I just want to know the facts of the case so that we can then take those facts as best as we can and try to understand, what happened or what scenario seems the most likely and stuff like that based on the facts of the case. Again, this channel is not about gaining off of this fact of missing people and stuff like that. When I say that, I mean, it's not sitting here ever putting money or stuff before ever missing people or people in general, to be honest with you. And it's just really about bringing awareness. So if you haven't hit that like button, please consider hitting just do it. Just do it. Hit that like button. Do it for the sake of the cases, okay? Never for the sake of the channel. Do it for the sake of the cases. Whether this channel grows slowly like a turtle, or fast. Well, it's been growing slowly, but whatever. But it depends on how much time you can put into something as well. But at the end of the day, I don't worry about all that frivolous stuff that I think of it as. I just do lives. Don't really think too much about it besides bringing awareness. That's what we can do as people, as kind, caring human beings, that we can literally hit a like button, push something out into the algorithm, because together, obviously, it's with the help of you guys and our self-covering cases that the awareness gets brought in and kept out there. So with that being said, I just want to take a look at a couple comments here. I'm not sure okay, let's see. Hi Davey, how are you? Don't know about little Dylan. Yeah, in just a little bit we'll watch the Deception Detective on that one. Again, it's really one of those cases where there's no body been found of Dylan, and so whenever a family doesn't have closure and something seems off, and sometimes the family has something to do with that disappearance, and sometimes they don't, even though they will get attacked regardless. At other times they don't, and I don't believe in little Dylan's case. I like from the little bit that I do know of this case, because obviously it's been going on since 2020. There's no parent that's going to be sane or insane to sit there and fight to have an investigation, in a sense, into the disappearance of their child if they had something to do with it. That is ridiculous to think that, they would have just stayed with the narrative that he was, you know, couldn't be found, lost in the water type of idea. So to me, it speaks clear when parents are literally wanting a search and wanting it doesn't make sense. I don't buy it that somehow that's a deception and stuff like that. That's not even close to being normal how somebody would do things if they were actually guilty of having something to do with their child's disappearance. But then there are those cases that people are guilty, and a lot of times the parents do not do have something to do with it or someone close to them. Let's just see here. And hey, everyone, as you're coming in, uh, I always hit the thumbs up button before entering chat. Thank you so much. Uh, I'm just quickly scrolling. No, I'm not missing over too much here. Do. Okay, so um, so of course Dylan Eller, like I said, 2020 was when his case basically began, because that's when it happened. It's 2025. Obviously, now he was 3 years old at the time of the disappearance. Then, of course, we have Sebastian Rogers. Again, don't know the case. It's a very weird kind of case. Whenever cases are puzzles, those are the ones that do intrigue me the most, because it's kind of like the who done it, and it's like, and then you try to, like, within the realm of reasonableness, you try to understand, like, wait, you know, you don't have the information that the LE has, or the RCMP in Jack and Lily's case. You don't have that information. That's what makes it hard, because, that's where all these big assumptions come in and stuff like that, especially, like I said, they could limit that with Jack and Lily and let us know if someone had actually seen Jack or Lily on Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday, and limit the speculation of a case. I don't really like it when LE or RCMP or whoever bitch about something and want their cake and eat it too. It's a two-way street, right? You know, but things like that do not seem like out of scope to give us that information. I don't think it's going to be detrimental to the case. If a grandparent says, yes, I seen Jack and Lily on this date, or I spoke with them, to at least give the public that little bit of knowledge. It's not like they're sitting there saying, what, we found a footprint, type of thing here, just off to this, and we're protecting that information and stuff like that. We're not talking about giving away information. We're talking about things that could easily, to the public, just tone down a lot of speculation that's not going to compromise the case. And they do that all the time. And I find that a little bit sickening, to be honest. I'm so sick of hearing we're keeping it close to the vest and blah, blah, blah. They did it with Delphi, and it was stupid, right? Sometimes cases go on and on and on, and they don't release shit all to the public. And you're just like, why not? Because at what point are you guys having any results? Why not help, release some stuff to the public that's not detrimental to the case? But they always seem to want to hold, like, everything. And RCMP, pretty much, they want to hold everything tight, and I don't agree with it. Hi, Ryan. How are you? The longer they are missing, no arrests are worrisome. I agree. Kind of just going, well, let's see how this goes. But so the first one we'll watch is the premiere of Nova Scotia, the Pictou, county there, speaking minute and 54. And then it looks like this other one, it's called CTV Your Morning, put out one that's like 5 minutes and 32. So let's just get into that. So we're talking about Jack and Lily, two Nova Scotian children that have disappeared since May 2nd. It's May 20th. So, oh my goodness, 18 days, over 2 weeks. We don't know exactly what happened to Lily and Jack. We're really hoping for a resolve in this case. That would be great. Other than that, honestly, there's no immediate update with this case at the moment. Hey, sunny smile. Well said. Great point. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, there's support with Steffa. Hold on, Ryan. Hold on, Ryan. Ryan's my adopted child, regardless of the age. On there. There's Steffa. She knows it. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, beautiful. I was talking to myself through the camera, Steffa, by the way. Nah, Steph is gorgeous. Steph is beautiful. Beautiful heart, beautiful person. Actually, she's that, like I said, she's that person that just everybody's innocent until she's proven differently. Yeah. So okay, so let me pull up that for a sec, guys. And let's see here. Whoops, hit the wrong button. Present share screen. We'll go to this one first. This is like a minute and 54.
2 young children missing. It's hard on the entire community.
It has been more than 2 weeks since 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack were reported missing from their home. Police have said the children are believed to have wandered away from their property in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. Premier Tim Houston, whose riding is in Pictou County, calls it a devastating time.
I know the authorities are running a professional, thorough search, but this is weighing heavy on the minds of certainly people in Pictou County, but well beyond as well.
A wide-scale search was carried out over 6 days, but efforts were scaled back on May 7th, with police saying there was little chance the siblings were still alive. However, more than 100 volunteers renewed the search over the long Victoria Day weekend, targeting specific areas around the road near their home. On Tuesday, RCMP declined our request for an interview for an update. In a statement, the Mounties say investigators and search managers will be reviewing information collected during the searches on Saturday and Sunday and determining next steps. The children's stepfather says he's thankful to all the people searching for Lily and Jack, and he refuses to give up hope.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home. That's the main objective. It's always been that from day one.
Okay, I have to stop it there. I do. So that was Daniel's little bit that he had said there, and he's like, like the best scenario is that we bring them home, and that's what everyone's hoping for. Okay, I'm having a hard time with this guy because as much as Malaya's interview was totally one of the worst interviews I've ever seen done for a parent that's begging, not begging, or even saying her children's name. Sorry, Malaya, but I'm just calling a spade on this one. But then when I listen to Daniel, and just like you guys, right? Like, well, maybe not all of you, but you're kind of like just staring at every ounce of what he's saying, right? And you're just trying to read, is this genuine? Is this not? I'm torn with him because he truly, let me just show you guys that again, because I truly just see this heartbreak in this man's face. Okay, let's see it. Hold on. Let's go back. Just a little bit more. Oh my God. Come on. All right, let's play that again.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home. That's the main objective. It's always been that from.
Okay. Is anyone feeling the same way as me on this one? Because I honestly, unless it's very rare somebody pulls the wool over my eyes, but it's not like it hasn't happened minutely. But this guy seems to have literally like true pain, but it's not like I know him personally, so I can't, gather like the full gist of if he's, a good actor, but I do, because every time I watch him, so the first time I admit that I watched him, I was like, dude, you don't even make eye contact. You're looking down to the ground all the time. And, type of thing. Right. And I was just like, not buying that. But then I seen him do different, as he's gone along and done different interviews. And even like Charmaine too, right? Like, like you look for when the emotions truly coming out. Like, we can think about when we get emotional. If you're a man, trust me, you guys don't get usually as emotional as females do. Okay, just saying. And so Not to say that you can't notice, but I'm just saying that women, we're on a sensitive more category than men typically, most men. Um, and so you're just looking for, because we cry probably a lot more than a man, for sure. I'm just looking for those exact, hey, Bambi girl, shh. I'm just looking for those moments where it's just that same instinct that you think about in your head, if you would be crying and tearing up, or is he kind of, having those same feelings? And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, each time, like when I seen this, I was like, dude, seriously, you look like you're heartbroken, beyond belief. Okay, what are you guys saying? Or besides Miss Dog Lover, yeah, she was trying to boot you the other day, but then she realized that there was actually one person that was actually above you, and one person that has the same amount as you, Steffa, when it comes to membership here. So, but Miss Dog Lover, she was trying the other day. She was like, Steffa, just boot her, get rid of her. I felt the same way with Daniel since day one. Yes, unless he's a trained liar, um, you know, and I am with you on Daniel. I'm not sure he knows what happened to those babies. I am side eyeing mom 100%. See, this is where I struggle. And I wonder if you guys do too, because I'm struggling with him because of her. And, so if the story is true, you know, either she's like the worst person to ever give an interview, and that's just naturally how she is, and they use these words that are out of context properly, and stuff like that. But with him, if it wasn't for them tying themselves together, right? And the thing is that this could be a true story, regardless. You have to look at everything, right? Regardless, no matter what your feelings are, you still have to look at everything in a well-rounded balance to see, like, okay, well, yes, this doesn't make sense, but okay, is it possible that the story is true, what they're saying? Maybe not that it was an abduction, perhaps, but is what they're saying truthful? And when you have two people that have tied themselves together in the morning, but then that same night, and that's what we talked about yesterday, like what I felt is the biggest red flag to me is the fact that her parents, there's Bambi ass, look at her ass right there. That's right. That's right. Go back to her, go back to licking yourself out there, it looks like. But anyways, but when you think that, well, what mother just leaves? And it's okay. Like, I understand if they got into an argument and stuff like that, and things got heated and a blame game started happening, and then she gets kicked off the land or leaves the land, but then not to see her in the public eye at all, begging for her children, using her Facebook. Instead, she comes across like she's playing these games with her Facebook, like, here, unhide myself, add 4 people, oh, make myself a single. On his Facebook, you don't see him classifying himself as single, on there. But which reminds me, I think I had a couple extra pictures that I came across. But I'm torn because they've attached themselves to the story, but yet she doesn't come off as believable. But yet he comes off as believable. But yet to me, I don't know. It kind of seems like it's a all in or none thing. I don't know. He does seem genuinely hurting. Yeah, like this right here. It's like he's pulling at my heartstrings, and I'm not easily fooled, and like a lot of you people aren't either, right? I mean, like I said, whenever I say that, I always have this thing in my head because there's a lot of cracker jacks out there, right, that literally have no concept of this planet or this freaking universe, and they just, no matter what, they come up with these wide, far-fetched things to do with cases. So I'm speaking to the normal people out there that actually have brain cells, that actually know how to critically think, logically think, and what makes sense, right, in life. Those are the things we base things on as you walk through life's path here. So for people that usually, are paying attention to emotions, and looking, he's coming off like he's just heartbroken. Maybe she is too. Like, honestly. And if anyone, like I said, wants to sometimes get a grasp of that a little bit, the Delphi case, with Abby and Libby, and the father of Libby, who was one of the girls that was murdered, he never spoke at all, right? Did it seem odd and suspicious to, yeah, when people don't do stuff? But did I think he was? No, but people do act in strange ways. So we always kind of got to know that definitely that people can do really odd things and could be the most innocent people ever, but their whole presence came off. And that's what's happening with Malaya, is that her whole interview sounded like a big red flag the whole way through. But if he's telling the same story as her in a sense, and he's having these emotions, I'm torn. I'm really torn on this, because I can't make hide nor hair if we're being played, because this really does come off as genuine to me. But let me go back to your guys' comments. I get emotional at times. Davey, come on now. Don't admit to that here. Just kidding. It's okay. Let it out, Davey. You know what? Did I tell you I was a therapist on the side? It's free. I don't have any like plaque behind me, but I like to think I'm a therapist too in life. I've been helping a lot of people. Always are like, thank you for your advice. And I'm like, you're welcome. It's just a natural gift to want to help people. It's almost like going based off of what she's told him, right? And maybe I don't know. That's where I'm trying to connect. Like, what's going on here? She left, makes herself single, blah blah blah. You know, he hasn't changed his thing. He's the one putting his face forefront. He's not even the biological father, and yet he's coming across like as like genuine. Like, I just want these kids back. You know, so I don't know what game is going on here, but something is wrong, right? Something's off for sure. What is it? Don't know. Oh, trust me, I'm feeling the emotional immaturity in the guys I'm speaking to at the moment. I'm not in my 30s. Come on now. We all know guys don't really grow up, do they? I mean, truthfully, women come into themselves about 25, men 35. My husband, he was being a little moody bitch the other day because of him having to buy a new graphics card and a power supply. And that was like about $2,000. And so then he was getting pissy because this is a side note. So then he was getting pissy because he was stuttering, he calls it, in his game, right? Him and his brother, listening to these British voices when they hit this high pitch. It's something else. But anyways, so then he says, well, now I need a motherboard and a CPU unit, blah, 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 da, da, da. And I said, so how did it go from that your computer died to, oh, well, I got to replace everything? And he, you know what he says to me? He goes, are you still talking? And I was like, yeah. But, I mean, he became a little bit bitchy because of his gaming, okay? So trust me. And my husband's like 34. And yeah, so trust me. When they get emotionally attached to these games, almost like, bitch, don't even talk to me now. I'm too busy gaming. Yeah, what do you want? No, sorry, can't. But they managed to make it to the bathroom. Just saying. And you know, Daniel here, he's remember he has his YouTube channel that has the Pokemon on it that we showed you guys last or about a week ago or whatever it was. And you know, so he's a big kid too. I mean, he's got Pokemon cards from like 4 and 5 years ago, and he's probably still a collector of some sort of them. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't purchase them as much anymore. But for guys, they could go to probably 55, 60, 70, 80, probably die playing with their freaking computer games, to be honest with you. It's very odd, this whole situation. I have to go with my gut. Yeah, always your gut. You always follow your gut, your intuition and your gut. You would think that by now one of them would have spoken out if either knew what happened. Potentially. Yeah. It's strange because there's a piece missing I mean, we know that there's a piece missing, but it's trying to wrap your head around a non-biological partner, aka stepfather, doing all the presence of the media. And meanwhile, she's like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm single, logging into my Facebook, Oh, let me log off. And it just seems like what a difference in how each of them are doing things. Hers comes off as immature. Let me just log in, you know, add 4 friends, hide my channel again. Oh, let me just pop back up. Um, Makes you wonder what the police know about. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, we know that we don't have any information on their digital data, there's the Cellbrite information and all that. All that's going to come play a big part. And, and the thing is that those things don't happen overnight, right? Those are things that you have to get warrants for and stuff like that. And it takes time. And time is maybe what we need in order to bring closure to this case. Yeah, I think most of us are feeling the same about her. Um, it's, I mean, even all the analysts that, have watched that, just red flag city. I wish I could believe the mom, but it was almost like she was ready. Yes, absolutely. Like a script, like a story. It's not natural. Like I said, we know normal when we hear it and we know when something is off. Okay. Right. So it's kind of like maybe she doesn't realize that as she's saying it. Well, maybe she does now because she probably does read or listen to and watch all these channels, speaking about her and stuff like that. Maybe that's why she's still in hiding. Dylan's disappearance was a huge deal here in Nova Scotia. We never forgotten him nor stopped wondering where he is. Hi, Sandra. Is she the mother? Is who the mother? Are you talking about Malaya, the mother of the children? If so, then yes. Oh, my therapist is $200 an hour. I could offer you 100. I'm a good therapist. Mind you, it depends on your issue. If you're like probably too psychotic or anything like that, no, I'll pass. Relationship issues, how to live life, YOLO, be more chill. I'm here for you on there. I do wonder why the mom was told to leave. Well, that's just it. I'm confused on that, and I hate it. I wish was she actually kicked off? Did Daniel say, or no? Because Daniel said it in a nicer way that she left, basically. So I don't know, right? Was she kicked off, or did she leave? Because obviously, if Daniel's saying that her family believes that I had something to do with it, but yet it's his mom that lives on the property, but like, who else was there? Like, was Malaya's mom on the property that night, like on the 3rd? And there was like an argument that ensued kind of between like a spit spat type of thing. There's something there. Glad I ain't in that age group. Sunny, some of these guys are more moody than women are. Oh, absolutely. Actually, hold on. To be honest with you, I think men are more moodier than females. That's just, that's just calling a spade on that one. In my personal experience. Actually, that's wrong. I'm lying. To be honestly, most men are more chill than the females. Hence why most of my life, my friends were a lot of guys' friends because they were actually more chill. And the women, just either they bored the shit out of me. They weren't happy-go-lucky. So I was just joking on that, Mr. Oliver. To be honest with you, I find men more chill. Some are uptight for sure. Don't get me wrong, but I think more women are uptight. More women are game players. Like, they're mind fuckers, okay? They like to fuck with people's brains. They like to play head games and stuff like that. Right, Ben? Ben, welcome everyone. Please hit the thumbs up on there. Okay, so let's watch the second one, okay, guys? And that one's like 5 minutes and something. And I haven't watched the whole thing. This one I'm just watching naturally with you guys as well. I literally watched and was like, oh, okay, perfect. I'll play this one. So this one is, see, I can hear my brother-in-law. How he gets these high octaves. Like, seriously, they're just piercing. Okay, so this one here. I don't know if this is a channel. Like, I don't know if this is one of those channels that copyright claims and stuff like that. So if you see me stop it, it's for that reason. because I don't know. I don't normally deal with this channel on there. Okay. I'm more chill than the guys I've been speaking to. I'm over the mind games. Okay, so here we go. We'll play some of this out. And like I said, if I stop and start it, I'm just doing it for YouTube's sake. Oops, I guess I should go to the actual thing it's on.
Third week. Nova Scotia RCMP say they are determining their next steps after another ground and air search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan took place over the weekend. The siblings went missing from their Lansdowne Station home May 2nd, and police say they have found zero trace of what happened to these two children. For more on where the investigation stands this morning, we're joined from Midland, Ontario by Chris Lewis, CTV public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll remember the press conference where the police called off a portion of their search for Lily and Jack on Sunday evening. What could that indicate where this investigation stands as of today?
Well, when they made that call to downscale the search, at that point they made statements that they didn't believe the children would still be alive, which was somewhat concerning because it hadn't been that long at that point. Of course, it has gone much longer now. They are continuing some searching, but it appears that they're weighing more heavily on the investigative side of this, which of course they're not going to really talk about, given the trying to protect the integrity of that investigation. But they seem to be focusing more on that than actually trying to recover the children, which of course I'm sure they still will, because regardless of whether they're alive or dead at this point, it's awful to even say that, they certainly do want to recover the remains of the kids.
You know, people are going back over this timeline, you know, as our police as part of their investigation. Lily and Jack were first reported missing May the 2nd, and then a nonstop multi-agency search began on the very same day. Then on May 7th, police scaled back that investigation and added that the chances of the children being alive, as you just mentioned, were very low. Then after that, May 17th and 18th, there's this renewed ground and air search of Lansdowne Station. That didn't find any evidence. Does this tell us what that means about the scope of this investigation? Is it narrowing in on something?
I think what it means really is that the RCMP know more about this than we do, which is totally understandable. The RCMP are good at this sort of thing. I mean, they've been conducting huge searches and conducting major investigations for a long, long time. So we have to rely on them and the fact that they know what they're doing. They're led by their investigation. I'm sure they're following evidence and deciding where to go and what to do based on that, as well as tips and other things that they're receiving. But, you know, the speculation in the community and on social media is just crazy, you know, pointing fingers at all sorts of people, which may have had nothing to do with this. So we really have to let the RCMP continue doing what they do well.
Chris, I want to ask you about that because people watching this morning have probably read some of those social media posts. And you're right. They, you know, in an information vacuum, I have learned that people begin to fill it in with their own detective work and their own sleuthing and trying to put together clues on their own. What kind of a challenge does that kind of attention bring to a case like this?
Well, it certainly brings attention to it, and bringing attention to it at times isn't a bad thing because it may generate some tips from the public. But, you know, it's really a lot of pushing the RCMP into a corner in terms of trying to get them to say X or Y about who they suspect or what they suspect. And that's not fair to them. They just need to be able to do what they do. Without that sort of pressure on them. At the same time, it's putting pressure on people because, you know, folks are saying, well, when she said this, when he said that, you know, they're pointing fingers and maybe towards very innocent people. So in fairness to them and the RCMP, that we just need to back off on that and let things happen.
You know, one of the things, Chris, that comes up as well is the fact that if this story perhaps had happened in a bigger center, one of the major, you know, Montreal, Calgary, Toronto, Vancouver, this would be a story that would be headlines every day. 2 young children disappeared without a trace, a massive investigation, yet it doesn't seem to have that kind of attention here in Canada. Is it because of the smaller community? Like, what would your insight to that be?
Okay, let's kick that chick out of Canada. For her to literally make that comment, is she kidding? Is she not kidding? Did she not see all the channels all over the place covering this case? Like, this is one of the biggest covered cases. You know, when there's always these cases that come about that are huge. And this one instantly grabbed the attention of United States, United Kingdom, some people in Australia over there, Canada. So sorry, I just want to go through that TV and like smack her upside the head a little bit. I think that got comment is obviously, I don't even know what planet she's off of for saying that. Am I wrong, or do you guys agree? You know, because this case, you can pretty much go to, almost every major, even smaller YouTube channel and tarot card reader and everybody, and they're covering this case. Ireland, okay, Ireland. And as for him, you know what? That's great. Let them do their job. People just need to back off. Okay, again, granted. Is it okay to have speculation for us? Absolutely, on a case, right? As long as it's speculation, as long as it's your opinion about something. But it's, yeah, like shut the front door. Yeah. When someone says like, you just need to let them do, yeah, they can do their job just fine. Husband, do you need me? I'm not sure where Montana is, but Bambi's out there. But yeah, so him, whatever, he's just going to preach it from their point of view. But, at the end of the day, there's people that are ridiculous. They'll just, grasp at everything and anything. They'll do it for clicks and views. Okay, those people exist. But there's, I think, a lot more good with people's intentions and stuff like that. The good with the bad at the end of the day. So I'll play this out and then we'll come back to the comments there. Let's see. I think it was this one.
Well, I think it would be this because of the smaller community. As we know, the news cycle and the number of news outlets in a place like the greater area are just, so much bigger and more powerful than the smaller arm in the Eastern Canada. Right. So that certainly is part of it. Down there, I know people in Nova Scotia that, they're very, very touched by this.
Yeah.
But a very small population there comparatively. So it doesn't seem to be receiving the same amount of interest, which is sad in many, many ways, and in reality in others, I suppose.
Chris, what are you watching for in the next couple of days?
Well, I'm waiting for the RCMP to make some sort of an announcement that they've either located the children or they've made an arrest. They're really looking at the who, what, where, when around all of this and following tips and leads. And I think that big piece of that is a big machine that's happening without us seeing it. And that's the way it should be. But I think we'll hear something from them in the days to come.
Chris Lewis, CTV public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner, always
Oh my God. I was muted. I clicked it right. Thanks. I looked up, and it's not because I even looked at chat at that moment. I looked up and I saw that the mic was muted, and then I looked down and I was like, then I looked at you guys' comments and I was like, oh shit. I hate it when I do that. That was just a waste of good breath right there. I'll tell you that. Okay. So, what I was saying in the gist of it was that it definitely can be harmful to cases because it stops a lot of the people, like say Daniel or Malala, Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, stuff like that. It does stop a lot of times when people are being attacked like wolves. That's what I was saying. My bad. So when people are being attacked like wolves, they more want to become silent. So the more someone talks, right, it's better for, of course, the RCMP and the police to see what they're saying, to see if there's inconsistencies, because they're watched on social media. Of course, they're being watched because they want to gather every ounce of information. And so if YouTube land is totally attacking them and they're not used to that, because it's a case that's happening in their life, regardless if they're part of it or not. But to us, we know full well that you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. You could be telling the truth and there's going to be like 10,000 people out there telling you you're a liar. It happens, right? And my thing is this, regardless, is that at the end of the day, it's not going to change. Okay. It's just not. This is how it's going to be at the end of the day. And maybe one day more so that Ellie, the police, will recognize that the internet is a useful tool and it can help them. Like they themselves could not keep up this type of awareness on their own. But thanks to the internet and thanks to the ability of us to spread information just like that, right? So in saying that, and that stuff, like, okay, so think of those cases, right? Think of Gabby Petito's case, right? It was because of a YouTuber that had video camera as they were doing their own vacation that saw the van of Gabby Petito and, oh, geez, what was his name now? Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, but it was because of that video that they were able to locate in that vicinity where Gabby Petito's body was. And so there are multiple cases where the internet does help. I think at some point in life, it's going to be more of a kumbaya, type of idea. But sadly, unfortunately, there's these people that go way over the boundaries and borderlines of what's kind of more, I don't want to preach it, but there's just a bunch of nut jobs out there that they don't care who they attack, what they say, what information they put out. They have no sort of soul or, anything. Everything to them is based around money, views, clicks, whatever, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, right, it's not going to change. And it is what it is, regardless. It's always going to be that way. And people love drama. They love drama. They love bullshit. Even if, like, they'll watch bullshit just to watch bullshit. And then they'll believe that bullshit. And when they bring that bullshit over here, then it's like, no, not entertaining bullshit. I don't entertain rumors that aren't verified rumors. We can talk about speculation, talk about that stuff all day long. But it's when people start pushing something because they heard it on another channel and they believe that was actually said, and did it out, and there's no receipts to it whatsoever. That stuff like that really does put a lot of diarrhea into a case, but whatever. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Okay. I mean, if they're good RCMP and got their good, detectives and whatever and stuff like that, if they're good at what they do, social media ain't going to be stopping them, but it does prevent people from being more talkative because of being attacked, right? And people can lay it on really thick. Day one, Summer Wells case, nasty. Yeah, I know. That was like so 5 minutes ago, though. Police in UK are getting better with social media. Yeah, they're actually pretty bad over there. At least from the Nicola Bully case, and just in general, to be honest with you. Like honestly, like you want to talk about a iron fist over there with social media and stuff like that. Can't think of his name, but remember that guy that got her. Uh, he was kind of an arrogant dude for sure. And he got arrested because he was always like, I appreciate boots on the ground, but they were kind of doing a bully tactic on him, even though I know he's pretty arrogant. I can't think of his name. Yeah, it was muted like 5 minutes ago. Innocent till proven guilty. Yeah, I don't really like that sentence because it's not really true, to be honest with you. It's more like guilty until proven innocent. People always say that, but when somebody gets arrested, right, it's because most times it's because they have the evidence and everything to back it up, and then it's just a matter of it going to court and then determining if they're guilty or innocent. But for the most part, most people are arrested for a good reason because they're guilty, either of drinking and driving, or committing a crime. And then it just becomes to me, that statement it never sits well with me, because honestly, if you've been arrested and stuff, and there are people that of course get wrongly convicted, don't get me wrong, but if you're arrested, it's usually for a good cause of what you did. And then it's up to the courts to decide if there's enough evidence to either find you guilty or innocent. I don't know why, but that sentence always bugs me every time I see it. Not because you put it up there, just that sentence in general. Case in point, this weekend, there was an incident it's Al caught on video, arrest made within hours. And Davey, where's your English? Case in point, this weekend, there was an AI caught on video arrest made within hours. Okay. I had to decipher that a little extra on there. Okay. So don't get me started on the UK. Okay. So now I just want to watch a couple of videos and of Evil Exists that he had put out. He always does like these couple-minute videos, really good channel for doing stuff like that. In the description is his channel and Deception Detectives channel. I should always give a shout out whenever using somebody else's content. But there are some people out there that will copyright strike you regardless. But let's see here. So we're going to stop this guy. And we're going to go over to Evil Exists. So we're going to watch two videos. We're going to watch the one from 15 hours ago and the one from 14 hours ago. So I think we'll start with this one.
I have been struggling to comprehend the behavior of the mother of missing siblings,
Did I
Jack
share
and
the
Lily
screen?
Sullivan.
Yeah.
It seems that from the beginning, Malaya Brooks Murray was more concerned about distancing herself from her partner, Daniel, though she left the last place her kids were allegedly seen at and blocked him on social media. From what the public can see, Daniel is more concerned about talking about the kids and searching for them than their own mother. She believes they were abducted, but never pleaded for them. She says she was told by police to not talk to the media. I would love to know if that is true. Why would the police tell her to stop spreading awareness for her missing children? Almost immediately after the kids went missing, Malaya deactivated her Facebook page, a tool that could be used to raise awareness for the kids. She deactivated it. She then returned a few days later to make some changes. She changed her status back to single, as well as removed Daniel off her profile picture. Her children are missing, but yet she is more interested in changing her status to single. It's very interesting. I've just heard that Malaya reactivated her Facebook a second time, this time to remove all the photos of her and Daniel together. Those on Facebook were sharing screenshots they took of the Facebook page before it was removed. Here are some beautiful family photos taken. Another observation that online sleuths have been making is that Daniel never posted photos of Jack and Lily on his Facebook page. He only posted with Malaya and then of his own two kids. Days after the children vanished, Daniel changed his profile picture to a family picture. The search has once again been called off for the children, after not finding anything. It's unclear what the next step will hold in this case. No suspects have been named, and it looks like they're treating the case as just two kids who wandered away into the forest. Many believe there is a lot more to this case, and that someone knows exactly what happened to Jack and Lily.
Shall we today? Ecology results of her lunch guests.
I have been struggling to comprehend.
Okay, so there was that one. And then I'm going to go to the next one, the one that was closer.
With all the craziness, lies, and straight-up speculation we've seen in other cases, I would take everything that comes from an online source with a grain of salt. However, I continue to share everything that comes up in a case, and it's up to you to draw your own conclusions and research further if you wish. Today, I came across a post on Twitter from Matt. He posted some information that a lady on his TikTok had been talking about. She is insisting that she saw Jack and Lily Sullivan at a hotel in Temecula, California. Here are her comments. It reads, "I'm telling you, they were brought to California. I saw Jack. Nobody is listening to me. What is wrong with everyone? They were at extended stay in Temecula, California, room 235. I have contacted everyone and nobody is taking me seriously. I have a video of the kids being brought at 4 a.m. on the 10th, then on the morning of the 12th, I saw Jack, but the other children already got into the car. That night a lady showed up with a huge empty cooler, and moments later, I heard the other girl's devastating cry, saying I'm so sorry, and I never heard or seen the kids again. I also have photos of their boots. I wish I never witnessed any of this." She shared these two photos as well. To be honest, when I zoom in, I can't see anything. No boots, no child, no nothing. It's too blurry. I guess there is a dark figure and a car next to it. That's about it. In this photo, she claims to see pink boots. I can't see a thing. Tried to zoom in, but still nothing. She also shared footage that I will play for you at the end. In that video, you could possibly see something being carried. But it's still not clear enough to be sure. All this has already been sent to police to check out. I don't believe the kids are in California. Wouldn't they need passports? Take a look at the video and drop your thoughts down below.
Oh my God, Cracker Jacks in life. And did you see the picture? The picture of the person posting it? Do you honestly believe that that's truly the picture of, some young hot broad sitting there going, "Why doesn't nobody believe me? I swear to God, they're here in California. Look at this car. I can't see nothing." What is it? Seriously, when people take pictures, why is it this is like this blurry ass shitting picture typically? And what is this? A picture of a car. Don't see any kids get into it. Don't see nothing. Someone's going to make out like there's a blanket in it. Too many whack jobs out there. Seriously. Anyways, so yeah. I didn't see the video. I didn't want the fife is just as bad as the kids are getting feral. Watching Daniel's interviews, listen to his use of language, especially. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't even fault him for that one time that he did a past tense. I don't. I've done that. I've said those words myself with my own child. Sometimes I use the proper past tense, and I'm not meaning to, but it's just sometimes when you're referring to something. I've done the same thing with the word loved, like I loved my son so much. It's not like my son's dead or gone or whatever, but I've used it incorrectly as well. I constantly make mistakes like that sometimes in my wording. So when somebody falters one time, if they faltered a lot, that would be different. Like Barry Morphew's case with Suzanne Morphew. I should say Suzanne Morphew's case with the husband Barry. Well, let's just take this one down. But that was Evil Exists. Again, he always puts out, little tidbits of information going on throughout the day. Oops, I gotta get that, minimize it. Okay. Now, let's move over to, I'm going to watch Deception Detectives 1. And again, here, copy, put that in there. He's kind of like a little bit newer to the true crime scene, or at least, you know, his channel is definitely more popular, because he's covering obviously some you know, good cases where it's bringing attention to him, but it's more so in the last like month, more so. Maybe a little bit longer than that, a few months now, because a Sebastian Rogers case, you know, and stuff like that. I think he has like 161K subscribers. He's like a lawyer slash whatever, body word expert type of thing or whatever, deception. But he's good. I like him. You know, he's just kind of like clear, concise, and here you go. He does it, and he does it well. But now he's going to be talking about the Dylan Ehler case. Okay, the case that's out of Nova Scotia as well, from Truro, so within the same area, pretty much. And let's just get to his channel here. Where am I? We'll come back to this one actually. Yeah, we've already watched you. We've watched you. This is the one we wanted. Find you. And it happened before. Okay, so let's...
Pieces in her story that I'd be a little concerned about.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance?
Here is Avery Haynes.
Tonight, a 1-hour special into the disappearance in Nova Scotia.
How
the mystery has fractured a family, divided a community, and raised some serious questions about the way the case was investigated.
That intro could have been about missing Nova Scotian children Lily and Jack Sullivan, whose case I've been analyzing since they disappeared not too long ago. But it actually isn't. It's about an eerily similar Nova Scotian case. So in today's video, let's watch this documentary together to see what lessons we can learn to improve our analysis of Lily and Jack. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation, so if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives, early access, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. If you're watching this video, I'm assuming you're at least casually familiar with the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan, but you might not be familiar with the case we're about to compare it to, Dylan Ehler. And if that's the case, don't worry, because I'm not familiar with it either. The only reason I know the name is because so many of my subscribers have commented just how eerily similar the two cases are. I haven't even watched past the teaser of the documentary we're going to break down in this video because I wanted to compare and contrast the two cases in real time with all of you. So without further ado, let's listen.
A child vanishes and a desperate search begins.
I'd do anything to get that time back, anything.
We didn't expect people to reach out like they have been.
But soon, suspicion turns to the grieving family.
It felt as if like everybody just, turned on me.
There were pieces in her story that I'd be a little concerned about.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your son?
Here is Avery Haynes.
Welcome to W5. If you've ever lost sight of your child, even for just a fraction of a second, you know the terror that sets in. Now imagine living with that feeling for a year and a half. Tonight, a 1-hour special into the disappearance of a 3-year-old boy in Truro, Nova Scotia. How the mystery has fractured a family, divided a community, and raised some serious questions about the way the case was investigated.
Before we get too deep into this, yes, I did cut out some context and some words from that intro for the intro to my video, just to illustrate that the broad strokes of these two cases are virtually the same. We have children who are roughly the same age going missing from roughly the same part of Canada on roughly the exact same day of year. Lily and Jack were reported missing on May 2nd, 2025. Dylan was reported missing on May 6th, 2020. The disappearances were immediately followed up with massive search efforts that yielded very little evidence about where the kid might be I think in Dylan's case, they actually found some small boots. And not long after the failed search, the general public started to suspect the parents. At least that's what I gather. And I know that's what's going on in the Lily and Jack case. Except in the Lily and Jack case, I think that suspicion is warranted because I've actually analyzed the case myself. I've not analyzed this one. I don't know if the public was right or wrong yet.
It's the wide-awake nightmare of losing a child.
He said, Dylan's missing. And I said, what?
And the whole world fell apart right there. I hit the ground, started crying.
It's the anguish of not knowing.
We don't know if he was taken. We don't know if he drowned. We don't know if he's alive. We're stuck in limbo.
Ashley and Jason have been in that limbo since May 6th, 2020.
Tonight, still no sign of Dylan. The heartbreaking search for a missing 3-year-old boy.
How's everybody making out?
Pretty good, not bad.
The day of this search marks 16 excruciating months since 3-year-old Dylan Ehler vanished.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Gone almost without a trace in Truro, Nova Scotia.
It feels like day one over and over and over. I just want him to come home.
Official search and rescue missions have long been abandoned.
There we go.
But since he's vanished, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week, Dylan's dad, Jason, and a small group of volunteers have been desperately searching and hoping.
The only time I feel...
I just want to say this quickly is like, you know, in the United States, and I'm not sure what Canada has, but, you know, in the United States, and there's some really good, you know, water crews, of course. Like, I know Adventures with Purpose had done a lot, and I know, you know, what's all transpired, of course, with them. And there's quite a few, you know, like, it's too bad because it's like when I'm watching this for this case here, you know, you just wish that a lot of these dive teams that I know that you guys have in the States that are really good, go out there and they, you know, search. Kylie Rodney was like, Kylie Rodney's case, if anyone doesn't know it, it was like a party, and next thing you know, what happened to Kylie, was it Kylie? Yeah, Kylie. And so the search team, not a professional, like not Adventures with Purpose at the time, had gone into the water in Prosser Lake, I believe it was called, found nothing. They searched the other lakes around there, right? Found nothing. Now, Adventure with Purpose went in there within 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They found Kylie Rodney's vehicle. So what happened was that Kylie had left the party, drove, and obviously drove right smack into the water. You know, probably alcohol in, of course, part of it. She was literally 14 feet, like I think it was, off the shore, like off the lake. And Adventures with Purpose, like I said, went in there 15 minutes. So it really goes to show you, though, that that you can have like these good search teams with the RCMP, LE, and all that stuff, you know, and then these side searchers that are like usually, you know, like on YouTube and stuff like that. They go in because they're experienced. Like that's what they do all the time. Scuba teams, whatever, like kind of like in the Nicola Bully case, like they get called out when they're needed. And then, but Adventures with Purpose and what that's their thing. That's their whole gig, is that they're, you know, a search team. They got literally usually like, you know, top technology going on in their boats, you know, to look for vehicles. Usually the cases that they deal with were always like of older cases, cold cases and stuff like that. But every time I see this part, I just can't help but think of, you know, Adventures with Purpose. Trying to think of my friend, like the guy that I talked to. I'm trying to think of his name. Oh my God. Having a brain fart on this because I really want to mention his name. But anyways, you know, I just wish that they could go in and do a really good search. And say if Dylan did end up in the water, which, to be honest with you, it's probably very likely that that is the case in Dylan's case. But just to bring this family some closure, do a real good grid search of the water with the top technology and go in there. Because like I said, Nicola Bully's case, I mean, even when they brought in the one, search team in, like, Nicola Bully was in a freaking brook, basically. Nothing that wide, and very narrow and very shallow in most parts of it. And they couldn't find her. They didn't even end up finding her. But so many times in cases, people get missed, right? So, anyways, as I'm watching that, all I keep thinking about is all these, wonderful teams that United States has in their area. And I'm not sure about Canada. I literally don't know, about scuba diver teams in Canada. But I just wish that an actual team could go in there and do a proper, thorough search of that water and see if they could by chance come across Dylan. It breaks the heart. And before I hit play again, just to ask you guys, so who here that's watching right now has followed Chaos Divers? My God, thank you, Ben. Ben, I was having such a brain fart. But yes, Chaos Divers. Really good husband and wife, and they got a really good team, and their channel keeps growing as well. And I remember Doug Bishop as well. He was part of Ventures with Purpose. Really good guy, straightforward, straight to the point type of person. And just very caring individuals that, just do a lot of good. But thank you, Ben. I was pissed off that I was having a brain fart considering Chaos Divers. He's a really good guy. But anyways, who here in Canada has followed this case or knows of this case? And if so, what are your thoughts on it? Are you suspecting foul play of the parents, or no foul play of the parents, and that, just whatever your thoughts are for anyone that's following this particular case? I don't from the little bit that I know of it, I think these parents' emotions are genuine. Looking at the mom, nobody's going to ask for a search. Like I said, if they were guilty of anything to me, they're not going to sit there and bring attention to, if he's in the water and they haven't found him, and that's what they're deeming is probably the death, in a sense, they would let it lie. But that's not what they're doing. And if they're trying to bring awareness and bring more attention back to the case, that's not signs of guilty parents to me at all. But whatever your thoughts are.
At peace is when I'm searching for them. I can breathe.
Hi, Michelle.
Every time we've analyzed an innocent parent, what they always seem to have in common is if there's no evidence that their kid is dead, they don't give up searching. It doesn't matter what the odds are, what the statistics say, what the experts say. They typically don't give up hope unless there's concrete proof that there's literally no hope left. So when I see Dylan's dad continuing to search for him over a year later, remember this documentary was made 3 years ago, it makes me think that he's probably innocent.
Peter,
and that distinction really comes into focus when you compare that to the stepfather of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who after only 24 or 48 hours said he'd already searched everywhere. That revealed an unusually low amount of hope that they would be found. Dylan's dad also used one particular word that I like to hear in missing person cases. He didn't say he wants to bring Dylan hope. He said he wants Dylan to come home. In other words, he might not be picturing Dylan as a dead body that has to be brought home. He might still be holding out hope against hope that Dylan is still able to come home on his own.
Dylan's mother, Ashley, is living a life suspended in time.
When I walk through this house, I see signs of Dylan everywhere. His job chart, his photographs, his drawings. It keeps him present here. It keeps him with us so that we can feel him. Sorry, that was a very emotional question. It means everything to us to have his stuff here and be surrounded by him.
It's just here waiting for him to come home.
She's genuine.
Can I ask about these presents in the corner?
So, those are all Dylan's Christmas presents. Birthday presents. And my presents, because I won't open a present again until he's found. Dylan's still missing. There's no God. I've prayed so many times. There's just nothing.
Ashley and Jason have been praying for Dylan to come home since that day in May of 2020, when he was dropped off at his grandmother's home for a visit.
I gave him a hug and a kiss. I told him to be good. I loved him.
Dylan was at his grandmother's residence on Queen Street playing outside. His grandmother became briefly distracted and turned around for a moment. And when she turned back, Dylan was no longer in the yard.
So many what ifs, woulda, shoulda, couldas, and that'll probably be with me the rest of my life.
Dorothy Parsons is Ashley's mother, Dylan's grandma.
On that last day when you were with Dylan, what was he like?
He was a very happy little boy that day. Very happy.
The one rule of statement analysis that everyone seems to know is that you never talk about a missing person in the past tense. It's even a card in my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. And although it may have sounded like Dylan's mom was talking about it in past tense when she said, I loved him, or his grandma was talking about it in past tense when she said he was a happy little boy, they were both relaying things in the past. In other words, Dylan's mom was saying in full context, I told him I loved him. And his grandma was saying he was a happy little boy that day, which is very different than saying, I loved him, or he was a happy little boy, because both of those are speaking about Dylan as a person in the past tense and may reveal hidden knowledge, or at the very least a hidden belief that he's dead. Coincidentally, this is a rule that the stepfather of Lily and Jack Sullivan violated not even 72 hours after they'd been reported missing.
Lily loves girly things, but she also loved doing everything with Jack, Boggs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
So does that mean that he killed them or he knows for a fact that they're dead? Of course not. But once again, it's another sign that he doesn't hold out hope that they're still alive the way that innocent parents of missing children typically do.
And I'll never forget that little smile. I'd do anything to get that time back. Anything.
Oh, I did. And yes. So again, the deception detective, he is really good. I really do enjoy him. He's just, clear, concise, and just like anyone could be wrong, but I really do like his thoughts that he puts out. And as for the grandmother, who's the one that was tying up the dog and Dylan vanished just like that, the anguish that this grandmother, she's living her life because obviously, right, life still goes on. But she knows up here that guilty feeling of, that it was on her dime that something happened to Dylan. And that is something that's just honestly got to be torture, on her heart, the fact of feeling like she is to blame for what happened in a sense, even though people might say, you can't do this to yourself. Bottom line is they're going to do it to themselves. That's no different than Kelsey dropping off Abby and Libby at the bridge. No matter what, she'll always feel guilty that she's the one that took them to the bridge that day that they were murdered with Abby and Libby. So it just breaks my heart as I'm sitting here because that this grandma is, just inside, just the overwhelming guilt because that she knows that it was on her dime and that she feels responsible for this heartbreak that's going on. But anyways, I personally don't see any involvement with the parents in this particular case. And to be honest with you, I truly would think myself, just based on the little I know, because it's not like this is, and to me, an overly complicated case, I probably do feel like Dylan did end up in the water, and that it's just because how they've explained it. You guys can see that that's a pretty good river slash area inlet or whatever, and that the water runs like two ways. I personally feel like he did probably end up in the water and that this wasn't a suspicious involvement, not based on what I do know about this case myself. And again, I'm just going with my gut and based on what I'm seeing. Don't see no parent involvement. I see actual human, reactions and tears going on there, especially the mother. The dad, too, he was just, filled up with tears there. And their actions of what they're doing, the Christmas bag still in the gifts, reminds me somewhat of Seth Rogers, that on Sebastian Rogers' bed in his home, there's still the Christmas gifts out there on the bed that Seth bought Sebastian, and they're going to be there until he comes home type of thing. There you are. Hey, Kent. I think so. I think so. I think most of us are a good judge of character when it comes to things. Some people are out there, from loony land, but I think for the most part, most people are a good judge of character when it comes to watching true raw emotion, and which we didn't see from Malaya, right? In the case of Jack and Lily, we didn't see a tear strolling down her eyes at all. We saw her eyes getting teary, but not a tear. Let alone did she actually even use their names. Usually, to me too, as well. And like you guys know, when people don't say things, it also is very telling because typically they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about certain things because they know the inside guilt of themselves, the guilty knowledge, right? And so to people that aren't in like the parent or whatever of this missing child, and if you have guilty knowledge, right, again, you don't truly know how to act, how to almost sound, how to be, because it's not like they took this acting class on how to do it. But when it's natural and organic, it's natural. You see it. You see that they're just speaking with pain, with anguish, and it pretty much fits the criteria. But in Malaya's interview, we did not witness any of that at all. It was unnatural. It was weird. It was strange. There was no true emotion. It was like storytelling for sure. And that in itself is just a huge red flag, regardless. I mean, again, to me, it's one of the worst interviews to depict someone that is missing their children and want their children home. I just don't myself make no excuses for when I see bullshit. And regardless, how she's done that to me is just, it's like, sorry, but it's just rubbish. Just rubbish. Anyways, we'll carry on. Anyways, Deception Detective, really good. Love this channel too.
This is the last place where Dylan was seen.
Can you walk me through what happened on the day Dylan disappeared?
I decided to bring him outside to play. So we come over to here, and I just kind of get the dog, and I got her chain. And then after I got her hooked up, I turned around, and he's nowhere.
The police immediately focused on a brook behind her neighbor's backyard. Search and rescue crews battled high waters and raging currents before making a discovery that evening. Dylan's rubber boots.
One was found in the brook, in Leper Brook, probably closer to the property that the family owns. And then one was found further down the brook.
When the chief came in, he had a picture of boots on his phone. And when I seen them, I knew that they were his. And that was it. I started bawling and knew that they were Dylan's boots.
If I had a YouTube channel back in 2020 and I was analyzing this case, I'd probably bet that the parents are innocent if they were speaking back then the way they are now. But I would definitely be picking apart the words of the grandmother, who was A, the last person to see him alive, and B, seemed to have switched between past and present tense when she was telling that story about the final time she saw Dylan alive, which doesn't necessarily mean that she did anything evil to him. It could simply be that she was neglectful and he wandered off while she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing. Or she's simply embarrassed that she let him out of her sight and that led to her grandson disappearing forever. The same logic is why I'm so skeptical of Lily and Jack's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, because she not only switched between past and present tense when she was talking about the last time she saw, or rather, even more bizarrely, the last time she didn't hear them, as well as many other red flags. I'll link my analysis over on the end screen, as well as my Lily and Jack Sullivan playlist. We're about a fifth of the way through this documentary, so if you want me to continue analyzing it, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
Like I said, I mean, I didn't actually realize it was going to be over at that point when I kind of turned off my camera and my mic. I thought there was more than that. He does a really good job. I really do enjoy him. I just like people that cut to the chase, give us their opinions and stuff like that. And, if most people, when they're listening to him, even if you don't have the ability to speak as eloquently as he can, most people see the same things that he's talking about. They see it with the Sebastian Rogers case, they see it with Jack and Lily's case. And I would love to see him continue on with this, documentary and analyzing it as well. Again, he does a really good job of just expressing what most people see, and he does it very well. Thank you, Ben. And as for Michelle Lee, you said that there's what was it, a 2-year-old or 12-year-old? 12-year-old. You said there, sad, we have a 12-year-old in Clarksville, which is, so Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian, he lives in Clarksville, and which is an hour away pretty much from the home of Katie and Christopher Proudfoot. Green team, absolutely all the way. I actually find it mind-boggling that anyone even has the audacity to think that Seth Rogers had anything to do with his own son's disappearance. Again, kind of like what Deception Detective here, when he's talking, right? The things, your actions and everything like that, and what you're doing, just like what we said about Dylan's case, and what I had said too, which I'm sure a lot of you guys agree, is that if your child is missing and you had some involvement, you're not going to keep wanting to search. Like you're going to let it lie, and you're going to hope and pray on a Hail Mary that you don't ever get, arrested for the crime. No parent is going to keep reviving and bringing their child's awareness of the case to attention if they had any involvement. It's silly, it's ridiculous, and it doesn't make sense. Same thing with Seth Rogers, right? You're not going to spend over a year constantly tearing up all the time, talking about his child, breaking down, just wants his son. You see the genuineness, you see the sincerity. That's not this. So we are seeing that from Daniel, but again, it's one of those oddities because they're claiming about the same kind of thing that happened. Why is Malaya, why is Malaya, right, sounding so off in her interview of a missing child? So in your head, you're trying to connect, like, what truly happened that the family of Malaya is accusing Daniel. Like, why would you be accusing Daniel if you were both there in the morning, should that story be true? So why would they think that he had anything to do with the children's disappearance? There's some pictures so my iPad really sucks ass. It can barely hold a picture if its life depended on it anymore. So I was snapping pictures of Daniel, away. And if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong on this, but I feel like, and you guys, if you guys do know, I feel like Daniel might have 2 other children with another lady, because in that picture that you see of Malaya and Daniel and 4 kids, I think that 2 of them, because I've seen a few pictures of when I was looking yesterday, where he's with this other lady. And I'm not sure if it's the other lady that we see in the footage of the interviews, but she looks kind of similar if it's not. But anyways, and I keep seeing Daniel, holding these nieces or children of his own, or I'm not sure. I can't verify that, but I feel like he might possibly have 2 children with another lady, because it's kind of like there's quite a few pictures that I see him, holding these children. And all I can think about is, he looks like a really good dad. He looks like a really caring father. Kids pictures, multiple pictures of him with the children in his arms and stuff like that. Like, he just comes across like, he's a Pokemon dude. Come on. He's a big kid at heart. But he really does seem like I don't know. I can't tell you about any abuse, if there was any abuse in their relationship or not. But just what I'm seeing is that he seems to be like a really good type of dad, right? Spends time with the kids and stuff like that. But I'm torn with this whole thing with Jack and Lily. And I'll just put their little pictures back up there again. Thank you, Deception Detective, for a wonderful, good job as well, as always. I'm trying to understand how two people are together, yet Malaya's family is accusing him of having something to do with the disappearance, yet they were both there. And yet she takes off that night, goes back to her mother's home there and blocks him, adds 4 people, changes her status to single. And in your head, you're like, where are your freaking priorities here? Instead of using your Facebook. But I mean, that's a personal thing, I suppose, right? And Michelle, thank you. Right. It's just so sad, and my heart goes out to Seth, so much. It goes out to anyone, especially that truly had nothing to do with the disappearance. I mean, the ones that do rot in hell, burn in hell, whatever you want to call it. Anyone that can ever think to hurt a child, take the life of a child, abuse a child and stuff like that. I just don't have even the words that can express my anger towards people like that. Children are just gifts. They're simple as that. And when you see the heartbreak of families that truly sincerely are searching for their children, trying to find answers, it's the most horrific feeling that anyone would ever have to go through. Honestly, I can't think of anything more horrific than the not knowing what happened to a loved one, and some people have to spend a lifetime, years, not knowing the answers. What a hole in your heart to have every single day, and whether this grandmother had anything at all, like more guilt, like, sometimes when people are embarrassed, they don't want to necessarily tell you the full truth of really maybe how negligent they were being, because it's really hard to admit to that, so maybe there was perhaps more negligence on the grandmother's part than what she's just saying. Not that she had involvement in it, but it's potential. People always do that. They try to minimize it because they know what they're guilty of, but nobody ever wants to admit that they were more neglectful than what they are portraying to be. But at the end of the day, that grandmother has to pay the price for her choices and decisions that she made, and just like that, that's just the bottom line. Just like that, children gone, taken. It's crazy. I think in this case, Lily and Jack, we have hope the next steps are confirmation of the cadaver dogs and GPR. And Michelle, okay, I'm sorry, I was behind a little bit. That's Deception Detectives. Oh, I'm not behind really too much at all, because you guys haven't been chattering too much. It's okay. It's all good for me. Daniel does. Okay, so he does have 2 other kids. Okay, so the picture that I seen with the other lady and the 2 kids, because I could tell what year that was, and obviously it wasn't. Lily was born in 2019, and she's 6 years old. Jack probably born in, 2021 type of thing. But yeah, so it's just in a couple pictures, they really look like they were his children versus like nieces and nephews type of thing. And then when there was this picture of him and this other lady and these 2 children. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So they do have the 5. Okay. The only reason, like I said, so basically when I go to somebody's Facebook, like if I'm trying to kind of seeing what anyone's saying or whatever, but my kind of thing that I personally do is that, for instance, in Daniel Martell's, I'll click on all the likes and see who's liking it. And then through there, I see Ernie Martell, which is probably his father, which was probably, married to the, what's her name? It's not Janice. What's her name? What's her name? Janine? No, hold on. I'll get it straight. Janie Mackenzie. So I do see that, and then, you can see other kind of family members' names in there. And I just kind of sift through it, kind of gives me, if I'm lucky enough, like I said, I got to see more pictures that I haven't seen of Daniel online and stuff like that. But it just gives me more perspective. So I always kind of like to snoop that way, like, hey, just look at the likes and the hearts and click on it and just see if perhaps it takes me to some, leads me to something else to look at and stuff like that. But okay, so he does. Has a picture up of Malia, Daniel, and all the kids. Yeah, on summer day getting their picture taken. Yeah, that's the one that's on Daniel Martell's Facebook. Actually, is believe that's the picture. Yeah, I think that's the one in the background. But it has like the two of them, and like I said, 5 kids. I said 4, but there was the one in Malia's arms, which is Meadow. Her dad was odd about them being missing when he said the next time phone me. Right. I mean, that posting was strange. I mean, either the guy is dense as a doorknob, which his name is Joseph. I have his thing up here, actually. Henry Joseph Brooks. I think I was calling him Joseph yesterday. Henry Joseph Brooks. And, so, I mean, anyone to sit there and say, baby girl, why didn't you tell your papi about this? Why didn't you tell daddy? That's how it come across. Like, baby girl, why don't you tell daddy about this? If this ever happens again, you make sure to let me know. What? This ever happens again? Like, was he dense as he said that? And then it says, I'm a tracker. Well, obviously, if she cared enough and she knew you were a tracker, she would have been like, Dad, help find these children. Obviously, that's not the case. But it was just like I said, some people just say stupid shit like that without even, thinking about it. If this ever happens again, you lose another child, make sure you call daddy. Message daddy, let daddy know. As he has 2 other kids, and I believe that they might be 1 year old. 1 and 2 years old, older than Lily and Jack. Yeah, I think they're a little bit more than that, but somewhere around there. I'd say probably more like 2 and 3 years, perhaps. But I'm just going by the pictures I was looking at. Because at first I was like, wait a second, is that Lily and Jack? And I was like, no, this isn't. No. But he looked like he was about 2. Hold on. Sorry, I was up at bright and early this morning for work. And she looked like she was about 4. So somewhere in that area. Well, after the first time when she reactivated and then changed her status to single a couple days later, she activated again and deleted it all. Right, and the photos of Jack and Lily that had Daniel in them. Such maturity going on there. Really searching hard for those kids. Like, that's what's so strange, right? I mean, not only was the interview strange, then it's like, are you bored? Because you could maybe by chance, perhaps keep going to the public and posting, Jack and Lily all around, unless you're bored. But thing is that she might hide her profile, but she's sitting there surfing around, looking at everything that's going on. And it's like, in my head, I'm like, you don't got anything better to do? Like, I don't know, bring awareness to your children's cases, speak about them, or are you in a cocoon tied up, in your mother's home and you're not allowed to speak for yourself, think for yourself, but you can go onto Facebook. It just seems ridiculous. It's like, oops, peekaboo, look at that. Let me just quit. Oh, I'm back hiding again. Oh, let me just come and delete these pictures. Okay, back to hiding again. Really? It's almost like telling a child to grow up in that sense. All right. Which is this one? That was that one. Okay, I'm going to play this little part again. Actually, yeah, I'm going to play it just from here again. I want to play this one. And then I want to play another interview of his. But I just want to see this part again.
He's thankful to all the people searching for Lily and Jack, and he refuses to give up hope.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home. That's the main objective. It's always been that from day one.
The disappearance has sparked rampant speculation on social media, much of it involving the people searching for Lily and Jack, and he refuses to give up hope.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home.
He looks so brokenhearted, people. Like, watch it again. Watch it again.
Says he's thankful to all the people searching for Lily and Jack, and he refuses to give up hope.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home. That's the main objective. It's always been that from day one.
The disappearance has sparked rampant speculation on social media, much of it involving Martell. He calls it all nonsense and says he's had nothing to do with the disappearance.
It will never be enough for a lot of people online. I mean, everywhere I go, people stare. But that's something I have to live with until, the truth makes its way out. And the truth always makes its way out.
Sky Bride and Blom, Global News, Halifax.
Mother
says he's thanked Jack, and he
the scenario everyone's hoping.
I just believe the dude. Like, he's saying things and how he's saying them, it just seems so genuine. He seems like he's just devastated inside. But the way he's saying his words as well, and the way he's trailing off, this doesn't sound like, this doesn't just seem forced. It feels genuine. So if he's genuine, is she disingenuous? Is there anyone in this chat right now that actually thinks that Malaya is just a poor interviewer and really sucks? Is there anyone someone fight for Malaya right now? Because I'm finding it hard to myself. Yeah, we don't know. It's not like she's guilty. We don't know what it is, but I'm speaking of the interview itself. Is there anyone here that sees white flags instead of red flags when it comes to Malaya? Oh, by the way, Pepsi Cola cream soda diet. Nom 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 nom. Hello, Joe Hunter. How are you? Are we all getting the same vibe here? I'm just gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. Because, and this is the thing. I learned from the Delphi case that you can really do a lot of damage to a person's life. If you start accusing them of something in a sense that they haven't done, and that there's nothing to say that they're guilty or not. And when people start, we don't know what happened in Summer Wells' case, but I'll tell you, from day one of Summer Wells' case, they were calling Don a murderer. They were blatantly coming out calling him a murderer. There was no facts about anything at this point. and they literally was just running rampant. Now, I ain't saying that Don Wells or Candace had any, had something to do or didn't do with the disappearance, but it was the way that people were speaking, and you can really damage somebody's life. And like, he's feeling it. Everyone's staring at him. Yeah, you feel it because everyone's questioning, did you do something or not? But anyways, I'm gonna play it again. The mother doesn't come across like she's empathic, but we haven't seen a lot of her, but what we have seen, it has left a pretty bad taste in most people's mouths for sure. Let me go back to this one. I'm just gonna put it right at the end, actually. Okay, we'll listen to you again. Okay, so
Uses to give up hope.
The scenario everyone's hoping for is we bring them home. That's the main objective. It's always been that from day one.
The disappearance has sparked rampant speculation on social media, much of it involving Martell. He calls it all nonsense and says he's had nothing to do with it.
Actually, I want to talk to some of the idiots that are out there that are like dumber than doors on this one. Let me go back to that, actually, because you see that clearly there's a scar there, and some people are becoming doctors about how it was red, right? Well, it's on this side, but on there. Hey, he clearly has a scar there. He had it there back in 2019 and in all his pictures, okay? I have scars that can turn red depending on if I'm hot, and stuff like that. And so when these people are like, is that a new fresh scar, a new fresh mark, as if like one of the children scratched his face in the exact same spot, and managed to cut it. And it's just shit like that. That's just stupid to me. It's just stupid. Do you honestly think that honestly, like I said, that somehow scars just always stay clear? Here, my husband, I'm going to use my husband for an example. My husband, on his chest, when he was 5 years old, he spilled hot tea from the kettle on his chest, okay? And he was wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt, with the plastic little ears, little Mickey Mouse. He got, what's the worst degree burn? First degree burn. And so my husband has 2 Mickey Mouse ears on his chest where the hot water didn't do as much damage there, but around it, right? When my husband's hot and warm, his scar can get red because it becomes itchy and stuff like that. And so to think that scars just can't get red and itchy, they can, absolutely, right? Again, if he's hot and he's been looking for his, whatever, or maybe he did scratch the side of his face and all. Do I think that a child literally in the same spot went, let me just get you in the scar? Anyways, it's just stuff like that drives me crazy. It's like dissecting something that's stupid. Like, what are you going to gain? You honestly think, but people put so much weight into stupid stuff like that. And it just drives me batty when I see like people not using the common sense of stuff like that. If you're one of those people, stop. Just come on. It's like not rocket science. But anyways, let me play this out. At least it's only because I saw people talking about it as if they were freaking doctors of the world, that no, a scar never changes. Bullshit. Just come look at my husband's scar, okay? It can get very warm and red, or it can be more of the whitey color like that. Maybe it was the angle of the sun catching it that particular day, which gave it more of a hue, on there. But I mean, the guy's had it for, like I said, way before this case ever started. But anyways, let's go back to listening to him.
And says he's had nothing to do with the disappearance.
I mean, you can see that it's got a red tinge to it, in a sense, because of the
to do with the disappearance.
It will never be enough for
shadow.
A lot of people online. I mean, everywhere I go, people stare. But
see,
that's something I have to live with until, the truth makes its way.
The truth makes. Okay, this guy's eyes. You looking at them? I don't know. They're just broken. They seem broken. Why couldn't we see this reaction from Malaya, the actual mother of these children? He just seems genuinely broken. Miss Dog Lover. Is third the worst? See, that's how much I know about burns. Is it 3rd degree that's the worst? Okay, well, that's what he has, that 3rd degree. But he got some Mickey Mouse ears. My daughter has a keloid scar, so every scar goes red for different reason. Absolutely. Yep, I've had a keloid scar as well, to be honest with you. Had to have cortisone injections just to flatten the sucker back out. But it was red for quite a long time, and then had to spend a year getting cortisone injections in it until basically they could get it as flat as they could, in a sense. But yeah, anyways, it's just when people just fill shit with a bunch of bullshit, but whatever. I mean, anyone that has a brain and stuff like that and follows the case, we don't know exactly what happened here, and we would be fools to think that we did. We can surmise for sure that it's odd, the interview's odd, that there's definitely red flags going on there. Not so much with him to me. Maybe a few for sure, but nothing. He's not setting off my alert bells. I'll be shocked if I literally was duped, but I just don't feel like I'm being duped. Maybe he's protecting her from some, maybe he's protecting, I don't know. See, I get so torn. I get so torn about this, because, well, all I can do is just hope and pray, right? That's all we can do. It's just hope and pray that some answers come to bring the truth out, like Daniel's saying. Most people, don't make comments. Like, people that say, how do I want to word this? People that are wise enough and kind of like I'll say like the caring people, the ones we know to say that, you know what? If you're telling the truth, you don't need to change your story. He thinks to actually say things like that. And that's because it's true. But typically, do you hear a liar saying that? They don't usually use those wordings, because that wording is pretty exact to what a regular person would say. I'm telling the truth. Like I said, the truth will come out. Now, we do know that some people, like, say, Christopher Watts and blah, 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 blah. Okay, how they say it is kind of like different, where when they say it or have said stuff like that, you're just going, shut the F up, dude. You're freaking totally lying. But that is totally the opposite of when I listen to him, and his words hollow out. His voice is soft, and his voice really doesn't sound too much different when you're listening to him on his Pokemon game. Just seems like a very soft kind of spoken voice, nothing overly loud. I'm not saying he may not laugh loud. I don't know. I'm just seeing truth, but I'm torn up here because of how opposite what she has acted like. And why would she leave? What caused her family to blame him if she was there that morning? And so in your head, you're thinking cover up. Was it the children got over medicated? Did they get into drugs? Do they do drugs there at that home? Is it known for drugs? Stuff like that. I don't know. We don't know. I mean, he was arrested not arrested or got a charge back in 2011 for possessing marijuana. What? Big deal, right? It's a matter of if you get into the heavier shit. But marijuana, no. Yes, my daughter had the same. It was like a worm on her stomach. Oh, I had that once, crafty one. It was a ringworm, actually. I remember I was like 22, 23, and I started seeing this round circle on my stomach, and I was like, what the heck is that? And at that time where I worked, you had a nurse. You went up to go see the nurse. This is when I worked for Eaton's. Anyone that's in Canada that's old enough knows exactly who Eaton's department store is. But anyways, yeah, so I go up there and I'm like, what the heck is this? Because anytime there was something foreign to my body, I was like, oh my God, I'm dying. And she's like, it's a ringworm. Still don't know what the hell that is, but it was like a ringworm, and it literally was a ring. It looked like a worm. Well, that's just it, right? Looking at all the scenarios, like that's what's mind-boggling, okay? Because your mind goes, okay, so if he's telling the truth, how is it, if you think that she's lying and he's telling the truth, then what would that possible explanation be for why the children are missing? But is it possible that they're both telling the truth? She just sucks at interviews, and the children did get abducted or taken, whether that was by family or stranger danger that saw two children in that area. Does it seem likely? No, it doesn't seem that likely. It seems more likely the children ventured off into the woods and gotten lost, like they said, or something. You look at that door at the back of the home and you're like, there's no way that door is silent. And then of course, with the what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever it's called. With I can't even say her name, Malaya, making reference. That's what I was trying to find. Making reference to the fact that the no noise door. It's not like it was the first time type of thing. She made reference to that. I think it was in her own interview there. Well, it would have had to have been. And it's like, well, how would you know if the door is silent? So obviously it's happened before because you're referencing it that it's happened before. That's what you're referencing, that it's happened other times before this. So what was it? Were the kids outside? And you're trying to pretend like, well, we all know that the whole being out there for the kids every second and being these, amazing, A+ parents is not the truth there. We know that, embellishment for sure at best would be embellishing on there. But again, so then I think, okay, well, if they both didn't do it, is there truth to the fact that the two kids got out into the wood? Now, oh, I know which interview I wanted to play, which reminds me. I wanted to play this one. I wish I would have found the original, but I was in kind of a rush, so I just took what I got. Okay, so I'll make it bigger. We'll play this. Okay.
Their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white, strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the two boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going on in the infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
We've heard a lot about the impact that this is having on the community at large and the family, and it's really important that we locate these children and get the information from the scene here and from anyone who might have information about the kids and their habits. So it's been really important to have engagement from anyone who knows these kids. We're operating on a search right now to locate them from having wandered. So that's the goal that we're all working towards here. I know that all of the information that has been collected is being looked at carefully by GSAR and by the investigators and the police on scene to ensure that our best practices are followed in order to establish where the searches need to be concentrated and focused.
They took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white with strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up one for that long after it got soaked from the very first day.
So that's just it. Okay. So like what he said there, again, and that kind of, still kind of goes with the whole, thing that he's literally saying that, I don't see Jack having his diaper on from the wet and rain before. And that I don't see Lily, keep toting her backpack around. Oh, hey, Charmaine. Just 1 second here. Charmaine. She turned 51 yesterday. Charmaine did. Over the hill. On there. Yep. She's an old lady now. This side of the mountain. 50. Right on down now. This is where gravity kicks in. Females 40. Gravity. But anyways. Yeah, so yes, I did play that interview earlier with that. It was like 5 minutes and 32 seconds long. Or did she do something while he was sleeping? Had helped to move them. And he really doesn't know. Well, that's just it. I don't like to go off the beaten path too far. Because it's usually never that complicated. But because of the fact that, this is a kerfuffle dunker, this one. Because he's out there searching. He's saying mostly like the right things. And he seems genuinely like he's distraught by all this. But yet, they both... So, to me, this isn't matching at all. Like, to me, if we believe that he's genuine in what he's saying, I'm not seeing him putting on this act to cover her ass up, on there. I could see them both trying to cover their butts up. But the thing that I get torn on is because he is coming off as he's genuine. Like he's genuinely, saying like, it's, if you tell the truth, the story doesn't change. And it's a catch-22 because people are saying that he's saying the same things. But again, your story doesn't change if you're telling the truth. So I find that kind of hypocritical somewhat when people are saying, well, in this interview, he's saying the same thing. And I know Sadie talked about that, saying the same thing. But if the truth is the same, and he seems to have no problem as it comes out of his mouth, like it's not like he has to think every time about, I surveyed this, I checked the culverts. He's saying it, repeatedly each time, but he's not saying it to me where he's stumbling over words or saying it a different way than he said it the first time. He's continuously saying the same thing. And to me, again, if you're continuously saying the same thing, then the truth isn't hard, because it's not. Because you might remember some things in there, but the gist of the truth always remains the same. So it's just so hard because you have someone that comes off like they're reading and trying to pull from their brain and think about what she's saying and not crying and not saying the kids' names. Like, he's saying their names. He's making reference to, I just want them to come home. I just want them found. That Jack and Lily wouldn't have kept her backpack, kept carrying her backpack around if it became, heavy and stuff like that. But yet not to find any sign of Jack and Lily. And yet they could be out there. They could. The kids could have tucked themselves perhaps away, somewhere in amongst the woods, trying to protect themselves. They got lost and they were just, hampered down, but it's just that it doesn't seem likely that they wouldn't have been found. An abduction seems less likely, unless it was by a family member. A cover-up seems likely if both of them are involved and they're both, talking about it, to cover it up because there's another child involved. But because her actions aren't matching, like if you're going to cover up something together, yet she's off to her mom's house and putting herself as single, and her family's accusing him. So either there's something more to that part of it, and there's a reason why the family is accusing him, or she's just simply all and out blaming him that it's his fault, for why the kids, disappeared. And basically maybe the relationship wasn't very strong to begin with. And that was just, basically like the final straw thing for the relationship. Maybe the relationship wasn't that great months prior to this, if not longer, perhaps. Who knows? Don't know. Obviously, they're not a united front because she's AWOL. We don't know if there's any abuse going on, verbal, physical. We don't know that. I don't know. Just not seeing him as this mean guy. I keep seeing pictures of him with kids, I'm not seeing him as this mean guy. Why would Lily take her backpack? What? Hell no. No, she doesn't. She looks at least 69. That's a lie. Charmaine will love you for that. Oh, that was Ben that said that. I thought it was Sharon that said that. It was Ben. Ben, I like it when you talk dirty to Charmaine like that. It's a turn on. Sharon Parker, don't tell her I forgot her birthday. Ben. Hence why the ass kissing. But why would, I'm not so against a child taking a knapsack. They put on their little knapsack and go out and stuff like that. I'm not so against that because a lot of little kids do stuff like that. So I don't overly think too much. What I do think about is, when was the knapsack said to have been missing? Because I can understand you noticing boots being gone right away, the puddle jumpers, but I don't know necessarily that I'd be going, oh, where's her knapsack? Yeah, this is a hard one. Not gonna lie. My reason why I'm torn so much is if he was being a big douchebag himself in his interviews and coming across like he was a liar, I'd be like, my dollar's on the fact that the parent involvement for sure. But because one is doing the complete opposite of the other, it's throwing me off as to truly what happened to the children. If it's genuinely missing, a genuinely possibly an abduction, it's because of that's really just throwing me off, to be honest. Golden Globe Best Actor. That's what I said. That's why I said her and not him. Right. I'm saying maybe he really doesn't know. Right. But the thing is, if he doesn't know, then that would mean, like, because meaning if he had any inkling, right, about this, so you have to start with Friday with him, because he acknowledges that Lily was coming in and out of the room on Friday. So then with him, that means you have to take away Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as him having any involvement, right? If he's genuine about his actions, then the day starts for Friday. And that means that it's truthful, basically what they're saying for the gist happened. And could be that kind of like the grandma of Dylan Ehler there, is that you're not going to make yourself look like a bunch of shitbags on national TV about more negligence than you're going to, put out there. You're just not, right? Unless you're a bigger truthologist, most people are ashamed and embarrassed by the fact that they were negligent. So they're going to tone it down because they don't want to make themselves look like crappy, neglectful parents. But with him, you have to start with, like I said, Friday. So if he's being truthful, then you have to omit those other days, because he's saying it happened on Friday and Lily was in and out of the room. If Jack had a pull-up on because he sleeps with one, hold on a second. I love cream soda. Don't you guys? It's my favorite. I've always, ever since I was a kid, pick a pop. Any Canadian, you guys know that? Pick a pop. When you were children, cream soda. He changed himself in the morning. If Jack had a pull-up on because he sleeps with one, unless he changed himself in the morning, these kids were anywhere in the woods, the pull-up would be found. Well, no, that's not necessarily true, because if little Jackie had on his pull-up still, right, type of thing, because, we're talking about a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, but if they kind of hid in some sort of shelter because they were trying to protect themselves, it does seem highly unlikely. I get it, okay? But, I mean, there's a good chance that his pull-up would still be on them. Not that he's going to whip his pull-up off in the woods and, type of thing. Chances are, if they haven't found anything, right, then that would mean that the children, if they are out in the woods, have the same exact things that they would have taken that day, if they did indeed that, did happen, right? The knapsack, because at any point you would think during the search that would have been found, like one item at least, or something to give a telltale sign that yes, these children did enter the woods. But unfortunately, there's nothing to show that at all. And if there's nothing to show that, it's not that it's still impossible that they couldn't be out there, but it really narrows it down a lot that they were out there in the woods. So then it goes back to abduction, right? Is it possible? Yeah. Chances are slim it was some stranger. Chances are, perfect timing. 2 kids that never go outside without being supervised, go outside and disobey, and then they wander off to the road to boot. That doesn't sound right to the ear as well. But then again, that's based on what they're saying, right? And that's the best thing that we have to go on, is by what they're saying, in a sense, and whether you find it credible or not. But obviously the dogs didn't find a scent, past the front gravel. There's some 2 footprints or whatever, 10 feet in the backyard. It was raining. Again, it's trying to think of every different thought to understand the actions of the mother and Daniel, to try to understand why Malia left, why Daniel's getting accused by her family, what truly the story is. Is it more sinister than this? And is he pulling the wool over our eyes? even though a lot of people believe that he's being genuine. I feel like he's being genuine. I'll be a monkey's uncle if he's not, I swear to God. Because his eyes match to me the pain. His words match the pain. When he cries, it matches the pain to me. So either he's really damn good at pretending, or he's telling the truth. That's the interview of his that I do believe when he talked about which one? Which one, Ken? This one up here? I know that there's a few of them. Sometimes you got to think outside the box. Absolutely. Think outside the box, but the minute it starts getting too far-fetched, that almost is always the case, though. Like, there's some really crazy ass cases, but the minute it starts, when it's like, well, this had to happen, and this had to happen, and this had to happen, and this had to happen, that's the minute it gets too far out for me, because nothing usually is about that. Usually it's like, drugs, money, that are involved, a cover-up, because one or the other type of thing. A parent maybe hits a child, like in Harmony Montgomery's case, abused. The dad punches her, knocks her out and kills her, right? Through the punch. Sickening, disgusting, right? These children are living in cars, and the dad turns around and freaking knocks out his daughter and kills her. And then her body's still not been found. But that's what I'm talking about. They usually all kind of end up being along the same line without going, well, this to this to this to this to this. The only case that I can really truly think off the top of my head that is so messed up that it is beyond your brain comprehension is the Lori Vallow case. That case is one fucked up case. Like, that's where you think where reality meets freaking sci-fi, and the sci-fi part is actually reality, Maybe she was planning on leaving him. And this was the best plan to move the children, so a family member could have helped her move them, and the children are safe. It's not like that doesn't come through my mind either, Raven, right? That would be very hopeful thinking, for sure, that would be like one of the best case scenarios, is that particular line of thinking came to fruition. So it's not like it hasn't crossed my mind either. Everything crosses my mind, but it's just a matter of what the truth is. But we don't have information to usually get past a certain point, and then it just becomes, well, we got nothing more. Like Sebastian Rogers' case, there's nothing more I could deep dive into with Sebastian Rogers that can bring me closer, or anyone closer, to an answer. And that's when it's left in the hands of the LE, RCMP, on what truly happened, because they're the ones with the information properly, or the people closest to the family. And a lot less time for them to get further away from home, as you pointed out with him seeing Lily Friday morning on there. Thanks, Ken. 5410 Todd. I don't understand about the blanket. Someone said Daniel said he did not recognize it, and the mother said yes, it was. Okay, I don't know anything about the mother saying that yes, it was. Does anyone? Because all I know is, like, after watching like Plunder talk about it, is that the blanket had nothing to do with Jack or Lily. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, that you heard that. And again, and if so, it has to be someone that has receipts, because, like, there's clearly the audio dispatch that talks about the pink blanket, right? So I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's misinformation you've heard off a channel, and they've said that. Unless, does anyone know what Todd there is referring to? And if it was off a channel type of thing that someone said that. You can't have it both ways. If you got to the woods far enough not to be found, his pull-up will still come off, and it's pulled up, stayed on, because he was not far enough into the woods and kids would have not have found. I don't see it as both ways myself on that one, Kent. I mean, if a nappy gets full, I would think that a child would get irritated by a full nappy and just, yeah, try to take it off if it was bothering them, But don't really know the answer about that nappy either, besides the fact he was wearing one. Hi, Justice Jane. How are you? Hello, welcome. Welcome. Anyone that is new watching this channel, again, we try to stay with the facts of the case and then speculate on, the case in itself. I have no problem doing that. Just everything is in my opinion, our opinions, our thoughts and stuff like that. Always just we keep it respectful in here. We don't put up with trolling, anything like that. I could care less about if somebody subs and wants to troll. I will kick your ass out of here as fast as you came in, because this is about a respectful place about the missing and the murdered, and we're adults and we're not children. And we can talk like adults and act like adults. That's the only thing I ask, is just be kind to each other, even if your views are different. People can get things across in a nice way without being a jerk about it. A good question for the RCMP to have asked the bus driver is when he picks him up. Oh, sorry, is when he picks them up in the morning, is one of the parents out with them, right? Or do they just watch them from the house, as the children toddle off there? Well, I think there's a couple things for the bus driver, to be honest, because teachers or the bus driver, might have a little bit more of some knowledge about these children. Are they sick all the time? Do they miss school? Perhaps something about the parents. Maybe he knows them, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Just more insight. Teachers definitely have more insight. Again, are the children sick all the time? They can, teachers can tell if a child is coming from a decent environment, good environment, that they're well manicured and looked after and taken care of, or if they come to school in, rumpy clothes all the time and, barely anything for lunch and stuff like that, I feel for the most part that these kids were, living in a okay, the environment, okay, is chaos outside. I feel like that, I don't know, I just kind of feel like that, yeah, their place is pretty slummy outside and stuff like that, and, probably not so much better inside. But I feel like that I feel like Daniel really loves kids, and I can't speak for Malaya because I don't want to, because she doesn't give me vibes of this caring mother about her missing 2 children. But the pictures I see of Daniel with kids and his other 2 kids, he just comes off like, that he genuinely cares about the kids. Probably maybe weren't living to what other standards are. Who knows? Maybe the kids were being held back somewhat from school because they were missing too much school. Maybe they weren't, doing what parents kind of try to do, which is, hey, get your homework done, do this and do that. Like Jack was in preschool, pretty much preliminary preschool or whatever it's called, and he was going to school on the bus there because, typically grade 5 is kindergarten, and then usually at grade 4, you put your kid kind of like just to get associated, maybe they want to go play too and stuff like that, stick them in preschool type of thing. Yeah, for the children, you guys, for the cases, please hit that the like button and share if you don't mind. Bring awareness to the cases of Dylan, Sebastian. You're getting 3 birds with 1 stone on this one. And of course, Jack and Lily. So I hate Dylan's case. It's totally different. I think besides the rubber boots, I think it is totally different in the way that I don't, there's those parents I do not believe had anything to do with the disappearance of their child at all. Similar but different. And the also would have fallen so fast into that tidal river that feeds the Bay of Fundy. Wonder if I could find that on Plunder's Live about that, the blanket. She talks about it. You too. Hi, sweet Melissa. If that was the case, let me. You know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Plunder for a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play that interview that we played for whatever it was today. I'm just going to play that just because what I'm truly doing is I just want to go see if Plunder about the blanket, because I know she talks about it from a few days ago. So where is that one? Right here. Okay. Stop screen, present. This one right here. Okay, for people that didn't see this one here.
RCMP say they are determining their next steps after another ground and air search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan took place over the weekend. The siblings went missing from their Lansdowne Station home May 2nd, and police say they have found zero trace of what happened to these 2 children. For more on where the investigation stands this morning, we're joined from Midland, Ontario by Chris Lewis, CTV public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll remember the press conference where the police called off a portion of their search for Lily and Jack on Sunday evening. What could that indicate where this investigation stands as of today?
Well, when they made that call to downscale the search, at that point they made statements that they didn't believe the children would still be alive, which was somewhat concerning because it hadn't been that long at that point. Of course, it has gone much longer now. They are continuing some searching, but it appears that they're weighing more heavily on the investigative side of this, which of course they're not going to really talk about, given the trying to protect the integrity of that investigation. But they seem to be focusing more on that than actually trying to recover the children, which of course I'm sure they still will, because regardless of whether they're alive or dead at this point, it's awful to even say that, they certainly do want to recover the remains of the kids.
People are going back over this timeline, as our police, as part of their investigation. Lily and Jack were first reported missing May the 2nd, and then a nonstop multi-agency search began on the very same day. Then on May 7th, police scaled back that investigation and added that the chances of the children being alive, as you just mentioned, were very low. Then after that, May 17th and 18th, there's this renewed ground and air search of Lansdowne Station. That didn't find any evidence. Tell us what that means about the scope of this investigation. Is it narrowing in on something?
I think what it means really is that the RCMP know more about this than we do, which is totally understandable. The RCMP are good at this sort of thing. I mean, they've been conducting huge searches and conducting major investigations for a long, long time. So we have to rely on them and the fact that they know what they're doing. They're led by their investigation. I'm sure they're following evidence and deciding where to go and what to do based on that, as well as tips and other things that they're receiving. But, the speculation in the community and on social media is just crazy, pointing fingers at all sorts of people, which may have had nothing to do with this. So we really have to let the RCMP continue doing what they do well.
Chris, I want to ask you about that, because people watching this morning have probably read some of those social media posts. And you're right. They, in an information vacuum, I have learned that people begin to fill it in with their own detective work and their own sleuthing and trying to put together clues on their own. What kind of a challenge does that kind of attention bring to a case like this?
Well, it certainly brings attention to it, and bringing attention to it at times isn't a bad thing, because it may generate some tips from the public. But, it's really a lot of pushing the RCMP into a corner in terms of trying to get them to say X or Y about who they suspect or what they suspect. And that's not fair to them. They just need to be able to do what they do without that sort of pressure on them. At the same time, it's putting pressure on people, because, folks are saying, well, when she said this, when he said that, they're pointing fingers, and it may be towards very innocent people. So in fairness to them and the RCMP, that we just need to back off on that and let things happen.
You know, one of the things, Chris, that comes up as well is the fact that if this story perhaps had happened in a bigger center, one of the major, Montreal, Calgary, Toronto, Vancouver, this would be a story that would be headlines every day. 2 young children disappeared without a trace, a massive investigation, yet it doesn't seem to have that kind of attention here in Canada. Is it because of the smaller community? Like, what would your insight to that be?
Well, I think it would be because of the smaller community. As we know, the news cycle and the number of news outlets in a place like the Greater area are just, so much bigger and more powerful than the smaller arm in Eastern Canada. So that certainly is part of it. Down there, I know people in Nova Scotia that, they're very, very touched by this.
Yeah.
But there's a fairly small population there comparatively. So it doesn't seem to be receiving the same amount of interest, which is sad in many, many ways, and in reality in others, I suppose.
Chris, what are you watching for in the next couple of days?
Well, I'm waiting for the RCMP to make some sort of an announcement that they've either located the children or they've made an arrest. They're really looking at the who, what, where, when around all of this and following tips and leads. And I think that big piece of that is a big machine that's happening without us seeing it. And that's the way it should be. But I think we'll hear something from them in the days to come.
Okay, so we had played that earlier, and I played that again. Okay, so I'm. Let's see here. I'll pull up. I'll pull up Plunder first, I guess. On there. Where'd Plunder go? Right here. Okay, and it's only because I was just searching for where it was talking about the pink blanket. So. 1 second here. I'm not sure if this is the audio or just her talking, because she kind of plays audio throughout her 1 hour and 30-minute video. But I'm just going to play this part.
Someone searched so long and hard they had extreme muscle cramps. These people are working to find these children and to not find a clue. Allegedly, there was a pink blanket found, but reportedly the cops were told it wasn't related to these children. Even in the upcoming dispatch audio, you'll hear one searcher say, I found like an onion bag. Is this something that the kids were known to play with? So they were out there deep in those woods searching for any kind of clue. Daniel said they would have found them in the woods by now. So I'm urging the public to come forward if they have anything to say or offer. So he's kind of blaming others like, okay, if you guys know anything, let me know. I don't think they'd make it far. As soon as they get their clothes or boots wet, they immediately want to take them off and go back inside the house. Whew, scary. So I did hear the cops say they were searching cabins. They were clearing cabins. They got a tip, something about Walmart, but that turned out to be a negative. I guess the one authority was able to compare a photo of the children with, I don't know what the Walmart tip was. Someone thought they were there. And then the searcher with those extreme muscle cramps. But according to Globe and Mail, and you can hear in the audio too when Globe and Mail shows up at the scene pretty early Friday into the search. But according to that publication, more than 100 people who were assisted by helicopters, drones, tracking dogs, they have not pulled out the cadaver dogs yet. That's what we learned in the presser. Maybe that will be their next step, they said. They were scouring and searching this densely wooded swath of the province. Daniel told the Globe that police interviewed him for 4 hours at the Pictou County RCMP detachment in the town of Stellarton Tuesday night. So this was just last night. Makes sense because when children this young aren't found, there's no hide or hair of them. Nothing in the woods near that home that all these searchers could find, staying up Lord knows how many hours of the night. This is after the 5th day, so this is Tuesday night. He gets interviewed for 4 hours. They're digging and digging. So again, it's saying Lily and Jack were reported missing at 10 a.m. And their mom, Malia, and Daniel, said they woke up, it was a silent home, and that surprised them. But Daniel said, my story has been consistent. When you tell the truth, it's always consistent. So I don't know, maybe Daniel is telling the truth. I can't sit here and throw this man under the bus. I can't throw Malia under the bus. Stranger things have happened with children going off into the woods and being rescued alive. I don't know without researching the limit of how long a young child has survived in woods like these before, but we've heard stories, we've seen beautiful stories where a child is off in the woods for 2 or 3 days and Sometimes they're with their dog or they're just protected. You know, the Lord protected them. This story, however, people are wondering, were these children ever in the woods? Were they really ever, sneaking out the sliding glass door? Or is that just a tall tale? According to CNBC, Malia's mother, Cindy Murray, spoke to them in a brief phone interview. She said, "We're just hoping and praying for the best. That's it, for our babies to come home." And she also added, this is why it was brief, I'm sure, that police have advised the family against speaking with the public. So she's the grandmother of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack, the mom of Malia. As far as Daniel's interview, he says, look, police told him walk them through just step by step, all those details, whatever happened Friday, May 2nd, the day the children were reported missing, and even the previous few days prior to that. They are like telling him draw maps and locations wherever the children could possibly.
Hi, Nova Scotia hippie. No, I mean, there's been a few news things today by CTV News and by this, whatever it was called, CTV Morning or something like that. Whatever it's called. Let me just find that. I was been playing so many. This one was CTV Your Morning. Was 5 minutes and 32 minutes. I did just see another one about that, so I will kind of pull that one up right here. This one came out a couple hours ago. Present share screen. So I saw this one just came out a couple hours ago, guys. So I'll play this one as well.
Pink ribbons marking grounds covered in the search for 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. The siblings have been missing from their Pictou County home since May 2nd. This weekend, searchers were back looking for some sign of the children, covering more ground and focusing on Gairloch Road near their home.
There was a fewer of the higher probability areas around waterways and stuff like that we put teams back in around.
RCMP scaled back the search on May 7th and declined an interview today, but say they will review and assess this weekend's efforts to determine next steps.
Any investigation like this, they're going to start closest to the children and work their way out. From the physical search perspective and from the investigation, who had access to those children.
Saturday, around 100 search and rescue volunteers went over several square kilometers. And Sunday, more joined, about 115. Now the conditions are swampy terrain, dense forests, lots of bugs, and rain.
Come back in with fresh people and cover more areas because we haven't resolved this situation yet. We just want to find these children and bring them home.
For the family,
pure exhaustion at this point. I mean, sadness just turns to anger because there's no answers. And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers.
And now that they haven't found anything there, they have to determine their next steps based on tips and.
Okay, I didn't like what he said there. I did not like what Daniel said there. That's foreshadowing that one. I don't like that. Let's listen to that again.
And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers. And
now,
okay, I'm going to play that a little bit more.
Pure exhaustion at this point. I mean, sadness just turns to anger because there's no answers. And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers. And
now that they have.
Okay, I don't like that he said that. That reminds me of that quote or that sentence that he put in that article about, that he will be searching a lifetime type of thing, however that was worded. But I don't know if we'll ever get answers. I don't like those particular words. What do you guys think about that one? I don't like it. Like when in that article, when he's talking about, he could be searching a lifetime. It's almost like when somebody knows that you're not going to find them. So I don't like those type of sentences like that. Who know? We don't know if we're going to get it. Like this case it's not that old to kind of say that. That's something that I would think could be said as time has passed, a good decent time has passed. Like, maybe even a month, or two to say something like that? What do you guys think? I don't like those words. I mean, it could be natural for him to say something like that, but I don't like that sentence already. That one's going to get picked apart, I'll tell you that one. Okay, come on, Daniel.
These children and bring them home.
For the family,
Pure exhaustion at this point. I mean, sadness just turns to anger because there's no answers. And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers. And
Now that they haven't found anything there, they have to determine their next steps based on tips and investigative leads. But investigatively, if those kids are not in that bush, then what happened to them?
Martell has the same question and wants all resources exhausted.
bring cadaver dogs. They search for anything they can find. I want as much as they can do.
Today, Premier Tim Houston commented on the search that has gripped the province.
This is a devastating two young children missing. It's hard on the entire community, and certainly nationally it's getting a lot of exposure.
Search and rescue will only return to the area at the request of the RCMP. Emma Convey, CTV News, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
Oops, what happened there?
Countless orange and pink ribbons.
It just turns to
Family.
Pure exhaustion at this point. I mean, sadness just turns to anger because there's no answers. And I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get answers. And
now that they have.
I hate it when you know that a clip has been edited and that you don't really get to see a full conversation properly. But that's how the news works, right? It's like you just want to, I want to keep listening to Daniel. I don't really want to listen to this dude. Great. But I'd rather listen to what the actual family is saying and what they're saying and how they're saying it than listening to this dude over and over again, to be honest. Not that he's not good, but I hate it when they cut clips like that and you're like getting portions of it because it's so easy to be judgmental on only portions that you hear. Okay. Then she would be, the RCMP told them that when they stopped the main 6-day search based on statistics, it was highly unlikely the kids would still alive at that point. Well, I mean, that just kind of goes without saying, right? The chances of 2 children surviving, a couple nights in a sense without, unless they somehow came across a creek and water and knew which freaking bushes to pick and stuff like that. Chances are the kids, of course, at that point wouldn't probably be alive if they were in the woods, for sure. But that doesn't mean that they weren't in the woods per se still. But it just seems highly unlikely. I mean, I like to always think that searches, that things can get overlooked. Absolutely. Hence why you look over it, you go back, you re-look over it, like in Sebastian Rogers' case, right? You go back and just maybe by chance something was overlooked. How many times you guys lose your car keys, right? Look and you're like, how the frick did I miss these? Like, I looked there already type of thing. So that's the same thing I kind of feel about searches is that, yeah, you got drone. See, for anyone that doesn't know the Nicola Bully case, it was a case out of the United Kingdom. They had drone, like, we're talking about the river wire, okay? And it's a very thin, what do you want to call it? A river wire, a little river that you could almost puddle jump across. And there was some certain wider spots, not very many, but it wasn't that deep, but it was deep in like 13 feet deep in a few spots, right? So Nicola Bully, you know what? One second. Let me see here. Nicola Bully, river wire. I know I have my own videos on this case. Actually, I wonder. Do I still have my Nicola Bully on here? Here's Nicola Bully. Okay, this would be, hold on. I seen Emma White, Louise Cunningham, Claire, Untitled Path, Nicola Bully, Untitled, Paul Ansel, Nicola Bully, Untitled Path. Okay. Let me see if I go here for a second. All across the pond. 1 second. Okay. I want to give you, okay. Just bear with me for a second here. Okay. This is Nicola Bully. And this was a case from, what was it? 2000, God, geez, what was it? 2023. January 29th, I believe. Okay. The River Wire. That's where her body ended up being found. Was here, a mile down from the thing. But what I want to show you with Nicola Bully, let me go back. Because I want to give you, let me see here, YouTube, The Sun, Sky News. Okay, let's watch this one. Hold on. So I just want to give you kind of like a sense of how big this river was and how drones, dogs, searchers, everybody could not find Nicola Bully. Okay. So this is, let me play this. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just go back a little. Okay. I'm sure I'll probably see. Hold on. I got to make this bigger, don't I? Okay. Let's take a look here. You know what? Let's just watch it. So I want to give you the premise of this. Oh, I must be on the different one. Here, I'll make it bigger. Okay. Click off that. Okay, you see this bench right here to my right? Okay, so Nicola Bully drops her kids off at school, not too far away here. She comes to the dog park, down the path, and then there's this big opening where the dogs are, okay? A dog park is. So Nicola Bully, you know, of course, due to cellular data and stuff like that, they could track her for certain points of it. Her phone and the dog, Willow, are at the bench, and there's no Nicola Bully to be found. They weren't sure if it was an abduction, if she fell in the water. Remember, this is in January. Water's pretty cold. But you see that river wire that's in front of you? Okay. So within a couple of hours, you know, the police are there. Searchers are starting to arrive, dogs. No Nicola Bully, just a dog and a phone that another person had found. They could not find Nicola Bully with dogs, searchers, drones, search teams were shit in that water there. So that water moves a little bit faster, not too fast, but pretty, you know, like definitely not no freaking flowing river like this. Now it does come to a weir, you know, and then the water there downstream, around the corner eventually. But according to the experts, you know, Nicola Bully, it's wintertime. She has like this heavy puffer jacket on. You know, she has her, what do you want to call it? Her eye watch or whatever it is. And now that's what I call a fucking puddle jumper. And you're telling me that all that technology could not find Nicola Bully in this water that runs very slowly And apparently, so the gist of it is that how they portrayed that it probably happened, which I actually agree with, is that she probably got tangled up in Willow's leash, and it's kind of steep right there after the bench going down, and it's dewy, with water on it. So it wouldn't surprise me that she ended up falling into the water. I thought hitting her head on a rock, right? Because there's big rocks right on that side of where the grass ends there. And you're like, okay, that's probably, that could be what happened. But at first you're kind of going, well, we don't really know. The police are thinking she's in the water. Well, why can't you freaking find her? If she would have kind of, if you drowned and you're frozen by water and your body temperature drops, and you get hypothermia, within like seconds, right? Her body should have been pretty much there. And then, of course, after a couple of days, the gases kind of release and then your body surfaces. They couldn't find her in this puddle jumper of water with all that technology. They could not find her. Now, let me just play the video out. So this is what I want to say about, you can sit there and have all the freaking drones and searchers and still get overlooked. And we're talking about a small little freaking puddle jumper pond. And the person that found Nicola Bully was 3 weeks later, when her body was floating down the stream about a mile because it had resurfaced. It caught on some twigs as a medium. Okay? A medium that somehow 2 Pisces sign connected to the planet, which made him decide that he wanted to go down there and look, and him and his friend, which was a girl and he's a guy. And he's the one that literally comes across her body floating down the water. Wasn't the police, it wasn't the drones, it wasn't the dogs, it wasn't nothing. And we're talking about a small amount of space that she could have gotten, right? They said there's no way that Nicola Bully could have gone over the river wire, like over the wire thing, right? But I'm going to play this out and just to give you. It's not what the experts were saying. One second. Oh, why is it not showing it? Oh, I'm playing the wrong one. Oh my goodness, I'm playing the wrong one. I should be playing this one.
On secondment with the Northwest Police Underwater
My bad.
Marine Unit. I've been asked to record some of the features of the river wire near to Allotment Lane in relation to the Nicola Bully inquest. Currently stood at the bench where we believe Nicola was last before she may have entered the water. As you can see, as you go down to the river, it is quite a steep slope. The river is probably down about half a metre from the day when we attended, when she went missing. As you can get to the bottom here, you can see it's quite a large.
It just basically like goes straight down
into the water. Hopefully, you can see on the screen. There's a pile of rocks. Those rocks constitute a wall that goes pretty much vertically straight down in the water to around 4 meters of depth, and then as you go out across the river, it slopes gently upwards with a sandy bottom towards the far bank. Yeah, the water was flowing downstream towards the weir. once I get into the water here, you can see there are some trees that overhang into the water.
Just gonna move forward.
But it's fairly clear at the point of entry on both sides. There's nothing that could have stopped her. And you can see as we look back, the wall, as I said, goes pretty much straight down.
Okay.
In the first place, you could have had a body to be caught up, really.
This was at the latter end of when they kind of went in. They were trying to kind of mimic how her body even got over the river wire. Since, like I said, it's quite a ways down, but it's not a great big pond. Yes, there is an undercurrent to it. There's a couple deep spots, but the experts, all the experts, right? They're all saying that, basically this is how a body drowns, and it basically like almost like poof, she would be like right down there. If not too far. They never thought that she would make it as far as the river wire. So we're talking about a small kind of puddle jumper pond that, is definitely not no fast flowing river. The water was a little bit higher because, again, we're talking about in wintertime. But my point being is that this case astounded me with all the technology, and they couldn't find Nicola Bulley in this, what the experts were saying, that she should have been basically here, and there's no way she could have gotten there. Well, her body went over the river wire, and she was found a mile down, like about a mile, a little over a mile down again. And then she ended up getting caught on some branches like this. But like I said, the psychic medium that went down there saw her. So her body obviously came back up to float and was trailing down the water. And then as it rounded the corner, got caught on the branches kind of thing. And that's where they recovered Nicola Bulley's body. Not because of it, not because of the police, not because of anyone. It was because of a psychic medium that happened to come across her body. And I was just astounded with all that technology. And even Peter, his name is not Peter Sullivan though, but even with Peter, the search team coming in, who's a specialist for the search teams and stuff like that, they brought him in. And it was after the fact that Peter started saying that he had spotted her body or whatever underwater, but the other searchers, like the police searchers, wouldn't check it out or something like that. Anyways, whatever. But it just goes to show you could have all the technology and in a small somewhat area and not find Nicola Bulley, right? So who knows? It could turn out to be one of those cases that maybe a year, 2 years down the road, some hunters in the woods there, someone's in the woods and comes across these children, because that's how easy it is to get overlooked. So I'll never forget this case for reminding me personally how something that you think is easy to find someone, they never found her. And we're talking about a smaller area than what, supposedly, if these children, went into the woods in a sense. So that's why I never trust the fact that Sebastian Rogers didn't by chance end up in the woods somewhere, remains found at some point. Might be unlikely, but who knows? It's possible. Anyways, I'll just quickly go back to what you guys are saying there. I don't think so, David. It went so far. Let's see. I don't think so, David. It was so far. So best to be quiet and let it play out. I only have hope is all. Could be right out of whack. Well, at the end of the day, hopefully the story plays out. Hopefully the parents had nothing to do with it. Hopefully it's truly a case that two children wandered off and did what they don't normally do but decided to this day, and on top of that went missing. It is a strange thing, but because we don't have the answers correct, right? We don't know if the parents had anything to do with this or not, but we all have our own gut or our own intuition or our own thoughts for sure. you would be pretty much have no soul if you didn't at least kind of, have an inkling of what you feel the story might be like, But to me, I mean, to be honest with you, I think I probably started off with 3 options, but now I think that there's more options. And it's because of the unbalance between Daniel's actions and Malaya's actions. The coat would have absorbed a lot of water, a lot of extra weight. Yeah, absolutely. It was like a puffer jacket, right? It was a long puffer jacket for Nicola Bully. Anyways, it's a case that I followed. At the end, the Nicola Bully, the way that case kind of ended was that they basically just seemed to want to tell their own story. In the United Kingdom, it's a little bit different. They had this inquiry, and basically the only people that seem to be at this inquiry is people that fed into the same line of a theory of what happened to Nicola Bully. It's like they didn't want to hear from Peter and his thoughts on it or anything like that. They basically just went to the fact that Nicola Bully fell into the water. Within seconds, she died by hypothermia type of thing, and because of the temperature. And it's kind of like just kind of going, well, let's just tidy this all up. Here we go. End of story. Have a good day. It left a lot of people feeling like it was never really fully completed because, like, some people felt like, of course, that Nicola Bully was thrown back into the water, type of idea. Honestly, the thing that made the most sense to me was when you took out the abduction, because there was some oddities. The thing that made the most sense is that Nicola Bully tripped over the dog leash. It's on a downhill slope. She slid in, got cold, whatever, conked her head or something, knocked her out. And that's how I felt. But yet there was no head markings or injuries. So they just basically said she basically fell in the water. Within 10 seconds, she was dead. And that she should have went down and then her gases would release and whatever. And that she should be within that vicinity. Didn't happen that way. So you can have all the experts in the world. We could have all the people analyzing Jack and Lily's parents, and they could all be completely 100% wrong because they're just going by what they know, right? But not everything falls into place like that, kind of like with Nicola Bully, because how the expert said it should have happened obviously didn't, or else they would have been able to find Nicola Bully. But very sad case. So Nicola Bully, by the way, was a mother of 2 beautiful girls, her husband, Paul, and their dog, Willow. And all she did was drop the kids off at school, go to the dog park. She was on a business call, walking around the dog park. But then the one camera that could have captured what happened, guess what? The one camera that could have captured what happened, the other cameras are working, but the camera that could have captured wasn't working. Not to say there's suspicion to that, but go figure. The one camera that could have caught her to show that she fell in the water for sure and what happened wasn't working. Anyways, 2 beautiful girls no longer have a mother. Nicola Bully, beautiful lady, covered that case from extensively. And it's a case that means a lot, but it also gave me a learning experience about searches. And don't think that just because we have all this technology, that all that technology, is great sometimes. I do feel, though, and I could be wrong, but I do feel like once all the Cellbrite information comes in and the downloading of the phone and all that information, once they, because you have to have, of course, like subpoena warrants and stuff like that, to issue certain things to telephone companies and blah, 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 blah. But maybe then they'll, unless they do already, but usually some information takes a while to come back in, so they can have a better knowledge of, is what the parent's saying truthful to the actions that happened? Or is there something like, are they going to be an idiot like that? What's that guy's name for that wife? That he literally, when those idiots freaking Google, how do I hide how do I hide a body? What tools do I need? And it's all in their freaking Google searches, and stuff like that. Hi, Bobby. I'm from West Virginia. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. I watched it with you every single day. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Very sad case. Again, there's just cases that pull at your heart. And I don't care if you're from the United States or Canada. So anyone watching here, I'm from Western Canada, Vancouver side. This case happened in the Maritimes on Nova Scotia side, on the eastern side of Canada. But there's some people that have basically one brain cell, and they think that if you're not from a country, that you shouldn't be covering the case. I kind of face that a little bit with the Nicola Bully case, where some of those idiots, it's kind of like, why are you covering this case? You're not from here. My husband is. My husband's from England, so F you, you know. but it's like when people say stuff like that. I'm glad that the United Kingdom and the USA and everyone has captured this case. You know, it's not about freaking, you know, oh, well, you're from a different country, so you shouldn't be covering it. Moron, you should get yourself a YouTube channel and then maybe cover stuff yourself then in your own country. And don't cover stuff in Canada then, you know. But to me, it's all about the coverage and the awareness that we can do for cases. And simple as that. There's people from all around the world that follow different channels and stuff like that. But it's just those odd idiots that happen to say that you're from Canada, you shouldn't be covering a case in the UK, you know. Oh, should I send my husband back to the UK because I shouldn't be married to someone from the UK? But the Nicola Bully case, like I said, they're just cases that come along that, you know, gravitate to you. The Brian Koberger case is a pure example. Yes, I watched it for a while. I knew I missed the bandwagon on that one because I was covering the Nicola Bully case, but I didn't care. But I was following it. But once it gets to a point where I know it's just a matter of the trial happening, then at some point I kind of lose interest. I don't lose interest in caring about the case or the 4 people that were murdered in the Idaho case, but I couldn't be asked to sit there and do a live every night about freaking the same case, Brian Koberger. Once somebody's arrested and you know that they're freaking guilty as crap, even though they haven't been charged for it yet, but you just know that, sorry, dude, you are toast. Your ass is grass, you know, then that would be like force me to cover something just for the sake of covering it, you know, but not because I really truly want to cover it at that point, because I kind of move on to a case when somebody's in jail and you know that that's going to be the right person. You know, do I want to cover it every single time? No. There's other people that want to leech off certain, like the Koberger case, and they just ride it, they milk it, you know, till it's freaking dead, pretty much. They'll go over the same shit, add shit, all that stuff. That's not me. I feel like something is done, like the Delphi case, for instance, covered that case for how many years? You know, 4 years, whatever, 5 years, 4 or 5 years, 5 years. Right? Richard Allen was arrested. I feel like absolutely they got the right person. He's guilty, you know, If there's an appeal, so be it. But I'm done with that case. Right? It was exhausting. It was long. And there's nothing more I could add. Whatever happens from that point on, if there's an appeal and he happens to win it, which I doubt it will, but, you know, so be it. But for me, it's like the importance of the case never leaves my heart. Suzanne Morphew, another case that I covered, was the first case that I actually covered, was the Suzanne Morphew case, the mother that went missing out of Colorado, and beautiful lady on Mother's Day disappears and stuff like that. And they just capture your heart along the way. So it's kind of like Sebastian Rogers case. I had to see that beautiful boy's smile. You know, I can't cover everything. I don't want to cover everything. I don't got the time to cover everything. There's tons of channels out there that cover different cases, right? I just do my part. You guys do your part. And that's about bringing awareness to cases. And that's why it's important to like them and share them, you know, especially if the content, you know, sadly, the drama channels get the most views and stuff like that. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I'm just proud is that I do my part. You guys do your part, you know, and if it wasn't for you guys, you know, that travel around to the different channels, that share, that provide it so that it races around the world to have people that don't know about cases. That's what's important, keeping stories out there. a lot of them die off and they don't really get the exposure. It happened with Dylan Round's case. It was big, big, big. And then certain people didn't forget it, but the case kind of just, went into that lull. And then people are like, oh, what Dylan Round's case type of thing. And then, it kind of resurfaces because then someone's arrested and, for his death. That's a sad case in itself and stuff like that. But it always happens, right? This case might exactly turn the same way. If there's too much of a lull, then, certain people will cover it still and then others won't. And it becomes, you don't really hear about it. It's like, becomes almost forgotten about, because all these other cases start coming out. But it's just tragic, these cases, to even cover them at all. Absolutely. That's just being narrow-minded on their part. Good night, Kent. Yeah, I know it's 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm Western Standard Time, so it's 7 o'clock here on there. And I'm going to head off in a few minutes because we've covered enough tonight, and it's over 3 hours. There is a 2-year-old girl missing in Oakland as of today. Amber Alert out for her prayers. Oh, yeah, see? I mean, honestly, on Twitter, freaking the missing posters come out all the time, right? It's like every few minutes you'll see, another child, another person's missing. Thankfully, when it comes to teens and older people, usually they're found. A lot of times these older people might have Alzheimer's and stuff like that, and then they wander off. And then I'll see the update within a couple hours saying, like Earl Jones was found safe and well and da-da-da. And you're like, good. It's usually these younger children that are the ones to worry about. Usually teenagers, some of them because they've run off and, da-da-da-da, and the alerts go out. A lot of times those ones, end up being that they're found okay. But it's when it comes to these younger children, especially, these are the more worrisome cases to me, these younger ones, when it comes to children involved. Orrin and Orson, I mean, there's just too many to even say. Orrin and Orson Wells, another case that maybe it has kind of drifted off somewhat. Two children given to these adopted parents. They've been arrested, of course, for the disappearance of these two children, but have their bodies been found? Do they know where they are? That one wouldn't have shocked me if it turned out to be selling them for trafficking, with that case, to be honest, that they were sold for money. That one wouldn't shock me if that had happened. But these two little boys, just gorgeous little, black boys. Well, I think they were half black, half white, but they're just two gorgeous little boys to look at and just to think. And you watch these step parents interviews, and they're, like I said, they're just kind of like wearing their little masks because it's kind of still in the realm of COVID time there, and they're just wearing their little masks and they're like this, right? They're just like this, and you can just feel the lies coming out of them, like the bullshit coming out of them. That's the part that's probably hardest to watch, is when you just feel like you're being like Christopher Watts. I know this sounds crazy, but I see things. Junkyard building with tin and tarps blowing, a triangle with a diagonal line through it. Tried saying no one listens. No, that sounds, well, that's the thing, right? Is that people can take mediumship or whatever it is, and it's one of those things that's like, even me, like, as much as I'm very spiritual and stuff like that, but if you say that to someone, like, or the police, they're just going to be like, well, yeah, whatever, have a nice day. But I guess at bottom line, it comes to cyber chaos, is that unless someone's going to actually look into that information, right, to think, you know what I mean? It's like, I know it sounds crazy, I see things, but junkyard building with tin and tarps blowing, a triangle with a diagonal line through it. right? What province? In the province of Nova Scotia still, a specific area. But that's not probably the information you're getting besides kind of these visuals that you're seeing, I don't know. I wish I could have the ability to sit there and help a family out and be like, look, I can see this. I can see the children leaving. I can see them going into the woods and stuff like that. But the thing is that, you know darn well that if you hand that information into the RCMP, they're just going to chuckle probably at it, right? And it's going to become junk mail pretty much. And then there's nobody to sit there and really go out and look for it. So it really only becomes maybe once the story is solved or answered, that then some answers might come out to see whether there was accuracy to what you were saying or not, Like when people keep saying that they send their stuff in, like the psychic readers and tarot card readers, when they send their stuff in to the police, in all fairness, like, and this is just being perfectly blunt, in all fairness, there's times that they do use psychics in cases, but they won't admit to it. And there's times that they do admit to it. But for the most part, it probably gets more like, yeah, sure, whatever, lady, type of thing. That's how I see it, because people have a hard time with spiritualness in certain ways. A lot of people do. Like my husband, I'm like, so what? You don't believe me that Jaron told me 2 words and I wouldn't have known those? And he's like, no, I'm not saying I don't believe you. And I'm like, well, you kind of are, really. Like, I'm not going to make it up. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to anybody, type of thing. And yet, I know in my heart that he told me 2 words. A week later, I heard those 2 words. No one can ever take that away from me, and I just wish that the gift of knowing, but it is honestly very hard when you go from tarot card reader to typically tarot card readers. You guys, am I right? When you go from tarot card reader, this one says this one says that, another one says this, another one says that. And your head starts spinning going, okay, so, most of us know the story so far, and the only truth about it is that you have only hindsight. Like when Psychic Sleuth does her, what does she call them? She'll do a live and then she'll do auto rights, right? And then goes back to the case to bring forth some of the information that was accurate within that information, because you can only usually, unfortunately, speak to people, talk about a case, but it's only in hindsight, if it was, truthful. But now, if you can go back to that same person and know that a lot of their accuracy was right with cases, then they have a leg to stand on for the most part. I just always try to be, I'm always very skeptical about all that stuff. But I've been read twice. And no, sorry, I've been read more than that. About 10 times in my life. And there was 2 of them. They had a gift beyond belief, But on YouTube land, they're a dime a dozen. Right? And I was going to say, right, just like your truth on this, just like I know my truth and nobody can take that away, and your truth, right? And again, if it comes to fruition, that's probably the only way you're going to know if you were accurate or not, is when the story plays out, to be honest with you. Because I don't want to take away from somebody's gift, because there are people that truly have gifts. Right, Rainbow? All my life. I was going to say, right? Like, I know for me, I've always been very intuitive of people since I was a kid. I just didn't know that there was labeling until you get older about stuff like that. But I was always very much aware of people's auras around me, or if they were a liar and if they were deceitful. And it's like my bullshit detector from when I was a kid would always go off, you know. And then sometimes it's like, as I've gotten older, I must say, I probably struggle with it more. I question myself more, whereas before I never really used to question myself. Now I find myself second guessing, my gut intuition and stuff like that sometimes on there. So if you have a gift, I of course never want to take away from that, because some people truly do. I know that they do, and other people just think that they do. Yeah, I think, like I said, I know myself. I'm a grounded person. I've always been very intuitive and very empathic. Those traits. Some people might be good with their hands at welding. I was just always really good at calling something, like saying something, and then I would say, watch, this is going to happen. And then it would play out. It happened all the time. And at first I was just like, God, you're good. Like, meaning as I was younger, I was like, you're good. You're good. But I never thought of it as anything more than just being like, called it. Then you realize as you get older and you learn that some people are just really intuitive, and some people have gifts, and some people are good with hands, and maybe that's their purpose in life. Other people are more sensitive to, like I said, being deep empaths, and can relate to sadness and stuff like that. So I never want to take away from anyone, but obviously there's people out there who aren't aware how shitty they are at their own gift, thinking that they are gifted, but they're really not, those people exist too. But at the end of the day, I can only speak for myself, and I know who I am as a person, and I don't need to justify it to anybody at all, because I know my own traits, and I know my own strengths and weaknesses, and I don't need them pointed out to me because I already am aware of them, so never ever want to take away from somebody that if they've been seeing stuff all their life and, have that same thing, so be it. I just wish it would be nicer if I could have the ability to literally be able to see in my brain what happens to a child or children or something, that you could literally just, have it in your head and see it, and then go, I know what happened to these children. I just wish I could have that gift. That would be a beautiful gift. Wait, is Charmaine in here? Oh my God, what's she doing? Oh my God. Charmaine, this is for the younger crowd, this live. It's not really for like the people that are over 50. It's more like a under 49 kind of crowd nowadays. Right, Ben? Well, but Ben did ask you and say that you look 10 years younger than your age. Does that count? Yeah. And Charmaine turned 51 yesterday. Bullhorn Betty here. 51, Charmaine turned. Yeah. I'm 55, by the way. I'll be 56 July 3rd. Sucks. Oh, well, it is what it is. But I do have a 34-year-old husband from England. Does that count? I'm still a cougar. He's a cub. I'm still cool like that, eh? Yeah. You never know it, though. I swear to God, my husband looks like he's the one that's 55. No, just Charmaine looks 33. Oh, that's just bullshit right there. I slept all afternoon. My age is showing. Yeah, you need the granny naps. 50 is the new 30. 29, to be honest, Ben. The same. Charmaine is 50. No, Charmaine's 51. As of yesterday, Charmaine turned 51. Okay, is there anybody that wants to talk about anything at all before I head off in just a few here? Because I don't want Charmaine even offering to come up to visit. Unless you do want to, Charmaine. I got a little bit of time if you want to come up. You got some time? Or are you too ugly for your camera? Love Charmaine, by the way. She's from Canada on the west coast here as well. She's out of the Shuswap Salmon Arm area. And half her life is in Alberta sometimes. Mostly it was. Fox Creek area. My son, he's 28. He lives in Whitecourt with his daddy. Actually, my son, he made me a grandma April 14th. My first grandchild. Maybe I'll see another one before I'm dead. Give me 5. Oh, for fuck's sake, Charmaine. Make me wait for you. Fuck. Gonna lip gloss to this. We used to have this thing on this channel. You know, when people would donate, we would gloss for them. That's when Aspen and Deb were on the channel. We had this that was our little thing that we had going on. Gloss, and we'd all gloss. I know people use a lot of filters in their pictures. Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, Charmaine definitely does. Absolutely. You know what? What bothers me more, Bobby, isn't the filters. It's the duck lips. You know, when they sit there and they do, do I look pretty? I cannot stand the duck lip face. That drives me more crazy. Yeah, Charmaine does definitely use, AI. She likes to add in some wrinkles here and there. Oh, bless you. Enjoy the rest of your birthday. Oh, I guess I should send her a link. I want to get Charmaine's thoughts a little bit on today, on this case again. Maybe. Let's see. Invite. Copy. Where's Charmaine? Let me find Charmaine. Give her 5. 5 means 10. Da, 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 da. Where is Charmaine? There you are. Paste, paste, paste. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, Charmaine. This stupid thing. I sent it to you. Hold on. I hate, the day that I decided to sync my freaking computer with my freaking iPad and shit, I'll tell you, biggest piece of freaking mistake I ever made. I always have issues with Messenger. It's always on my iPad saying sync, and I'm just like, no. But if I don't, then I don't see messages on my iPad. And then like right now, it's saying use a one-time code instead. Yeah, enter my PIN. Do. Verifying your PIN. Is it sending me something to my phone, my iPad? Nope. Nope, it's not. Nope. Try to send you the link, Charmaine. But it's like not letting me from here. Oh, see, you know what? Facebook, piss off. Facebook in itself irritates me. What's that guy? Wayne Dupree show. Huh. Yeah, it looks like one of my bosses. Holy shit. It's like a freaking replica. 999. Shit, I didn't say that out loud. Okay, I might have to go to my iPad. It's not being a piece of crap. And do it from there, Charmaine. Bright light. StreamYard. Oh, StreamYard broadcasts. Oh, now it's making me sign in. What the hell? Why does everything have to be the long way? Yeah, get started. Come on, log in. No, not get started. Log in. Sign in with Google. Sign in. Continue. I'm getting there. Wait, welcome. Discover. What do you mean upgrade? Is this the wrong account? Oh, I think it is. Oh no, hold on. I don't know. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know. My account. I saw it. What the heck? Get out of there. Come on, piss off. Oh, wait. I think I'm here. Welcome. Wait, home. Continue. Wait, welcome offer. For frick's sake. It's because I use a couple of emails, okay? Test studio. So obviously you currently have no recordings. Okay, let me log out of there. How did I even? Where's log out? Come on, where's log out? Because obviously. I picked the wrong account. StreamYard. Okay, how do I log out of this thing, for fuck's sakes? Where's the logout? It would be here. Nope. Huh. Why? Why does this have to be such a pain? Is it so hard to find a logout button? Where are you? Gotta be around here somewhere. Live stream. Home. No. Members. No. Destinations. No. Cancel. Home. Library. Come on, there's got to be a log out button somewhere. Sakes. That difficult, is it? Find a log out button. Settings. How is it to log out? Frick. Oh, my account. Duh, log out. Found it. Okay, so it should be underneath. Well, no. Okay, I guess it's underneath. Sign up with Google. I guess it's this one here. Yeah. Continue. Close. There we are. Found it. Not the brightest bulb sometimes, people, but I get there. Okay, so let's see. Invite guests. Copy. Where's Charmaine? Come on, watch Facebook crash on me now on my iPad. That's my luck. If I have offended anyone by saying they have to alter their picture. Are you offending people, Bobby? They don't help themselves really using those filters. No, filters are beautiful. Like, depends what kind of filters. But most chicks will use those programs that you soften your face, but it's pretty apparent. But I mean, I have a filter on here so that I freaking have decent freaking light coming at me. Oh, what am I doing? Right, Charmaine. That's right. Talkity, Bobby. Talkity. I still hate duck pictures more than filters, though. It's if you're totally trying to be deceptive about it, I suppose. Charmaine always uses filters. She's such a liar. Sunny, I can link that Amber Alert. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you haven't already. Bobby, whatever makes somebody feel good at the end of the day. Thank you. Appreciate that. Got there. Ben, did you? There it is. Thank you so much, Ben. Oh, you know what? While we're waiting here, why don't I also, one second. What's the date today? The 20th? So let's go drop the last of those 5. Yeah, let's do that. We'll drop the last 5 of those members. All right. And then I'll come right back to that. Membership gifting. I got 5 more. All right. Watch Bobby get one. Bobby. Okay. Linda. Wee Scottish Ma. Jody Blonde. Oh, sweet Melissa and AP. That's it. So, woo, now you guys don't have to worry about, now you guys can use the emoticons. Now you guys don't have to worry about slow mode. Now you guys are special. You guys are special. Anyways, that was the last 5 memberships of the month. I am. I desert you in a second. Never forget that. I totally would. Where's Rick Astley? Where's my Rick Astley when I need him? Okay, Rick Astley, he should be joining the live any second now. I'm Jen McCabe. I'm not coached. I am the coach. It's quite the name, Jen. Welcome. You got Ben there. Rainbow. All right. See, I told you Charmaine's 5 minutes is like 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's nice of YouTube. I still have to look into those little crowns you guys got going on there. Now I won't go back kicking anyone's Facebook. Gotta find your link, Ben. I just always know I would desert you. If it came between me, you, and cream cheesecake or strawberry cheesecake, you have no chance whatsoever. If it came between me and yeah, that's about it, to be honest with you. Okay. Ben, I'm clicking on the link. What happened? Where is it? Hey, Ben, you have a #1 crown. Okay, so let's quickly show this. All right, pipe down, people. Let's see. Charmaine, even your computer took a nap today, didn't it? I think that's the last one. Never gonna run around and desert you. Or you. I would desert you, and you, and you, and you, and you. But I wouldn't desert you, Ben. You know it. We like that. Actually, that's bullshit, Ben. I desert you too. Oh my God, power bar was turned off, laptop died coming. Right. Says the granny. Okay, let's pull up the Amber Alert for Oakland here. Thank you, Ben. Let's see here. Okay, so what do we got? Amber Alert issued for 2-year-old taken out of Oakland. Was this by a parent? Usually it's a parent thing. But let's see. Does this thing play?
All right, want to get to some breaking news. CHP has activated an Amber Alert for a missing 2-year-old out of Oakland. Amira Coleman was last seen 12:30 this afternoon at 39th Street and Adeline. You can see the girl on your screen here. She is 2 years old, and police are also looking for those two individuals. They've been identified as Andrew Coleman and Tamara Clagion, who they believe have the 2-year-old girl. The suspects are considered right now armed and dangerous. If you see any of these individuals, the little girl, the two people on your screen there, you're asked to contact law enforcement. San Francisco's Department.
Oh, because that was it. Oh my God, I got way too many tabs open. Way too many tabs open here. Way too many tabs. Way too many tabs. Okay, so, oh, what's this? What's this? Freaking look at that crash, people. The heck is that? Someone got into a bad accident there. So that's just, what's that to do with? It says Amber Alert issued for 2-year-old girl in abduction. But is this part of it? Are those the people? Like, is this to do with the case? Because it says Amber Alert issued. Or am I wrong? You guys, am I misseeing this? What's that? Is that a motorcycle? I don't know. Because it's like up in my screen I see it says that. But I don't know that it has anything to do with the case. But it's just because as I hover over it, it says Amber Alert issued. Hold on. Let's see. I mean, it's not like there's any words. It's just helicopter footage. What's over there? Police officers. I don't know what this one is about. I don't know if it has anything to do with the case whatsoever. Just that it's weird that it's right across the screen. Huh. So CHP, California Highway Patrol CHIPS, says the victim, Amira Coleman, was taken out of on May 20th at around 12:30.
And will surely, and to the best of my ability, perform the duty.
Okay, whatever that. The Amber Alert was issued on behalf of the Oakland Police. Here we go right there. Officials said the suspect should be considered armed and dangerous. So basically the father and his girlfriend, whatever, have taken the child. The little girl is 60 pounds, 1'5". The suspects are Andrew Coleman, Tamara Clagan, whatever. Coleman is 6 foot, 200 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. Clagan is 24 years old. She's 5'11", 175 pounds. The Amber was issued in Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco counties, indicating that the victim is believed to be in imminent danger. This is a developing story. What's this one? 4-year-old girl found safe, mom dead, father arrested in Florida Amber Alert deputies. Oh, crazy. That was on Sunday morning. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Crazy motherfuckers. Too many crazy people out there, man. This one I felt like when I heard it, that it was going to be a foul. What? Charmaine? Yo. This year, people. This year. I just got to close off some things. Close that off. Close that off. You know what? Let's watch some Plunder for a minute. Because I could use a break for a minute anyway. So let's finish listening to some Plunder until Charmaine gets herself sorted out.
Be. We've seen investigators do this, they're like, where do you even think they could be? That when they're trying to get info out of a person, they're like, just in your mind's imagination, where could these children be? So now this was confusing too. Neither child had attended school that week since Tuesday. That's what Daniel told the Globe. He said they were kept home. They were kept home Thursday and Friday, and then Wednesday was no school, because Lily had a cough. So it was confusing. Some people were understanding it initially. They didn't go to school Friday. And then they learned, they didn't go to school Thursday and Friday. But then I guess we didn't know there was no school Wednesday. So basically, apparently, allegedly, the children had gone to school that Monday and Tuesday, and then they were home Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that leads me to believe, was it a powder keg? Was it like this, when kids are home? And also, the children allegedly are on the spectrum, some level of autism. I mean, there's this video of, I believe it may have been Jack's birthday. I don't know if he turned 2 or what. I was grateful someone grabbed it off of Malia's Facebook before her Facebook was taken down, hidden, deleted, or whatever. So it looks like there's a number 2 on the cake. I believe it's a celebration of when Jack turned 2. Now, the little girl screaming her head off reportedly is Lily.
Liam, come sing.
I got him.
What's yours?
My birthday.
Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Lily, stop, honey.
Blow it, go.
Oh.
Yay!
Yay!
The poor ears on that sucker, huh? A press conference would be good. I mean, I find it quite comical watching Daniel's face in that video, to be honest with you, because it just reminds me of somebody that, like things are going along, and then all of a sudden Lily just starts screaming, and he's like, and it's almost just like he's kind of like just got that, and then you can see the smirk come on his face the minute she keeps like even doing it longer. He's kind of like, like, holy shit. But obviously there's people on the other side of that camera, and I'm probably sure he's going like anyone in their head is going, stop the fucking scream, stop screaming, type of thing. But finally the one person says like, Lily. But I mean, some people read a lot into that personally with Daniel. I thought he had a lot of patience listening to that. But, again, they're not his kids, and he's probably just waiting for grandma or mom there to be like, Lily, knock it off. But instead, it's like he's listening to it longer, and then she starts howling even more, screaming. And then all of a sudden, this kind of smirk comes across his face, and it's just like, really? You're going to keep screaming like that? Really? That kid's got some lungs. And the bus driver said that she does that. Oh my God, is she here? Charmaine, is that you?
It's me.
Wow.
Filters and all.
I feel, the filters are making you look a little red tonight. On there.
Oh man, what a day.
Well, I mean,
what a night. Like, I didn't sleep much last night. I don't know.
Yeah, so
I went to Vernon this morning, and then when we got back to the property, I went just to lay down in the fifth wheel, and I fell asleep from 1 o'clock to like 5, and then I jumped up and drove back to the apartment and got supper started and noticed you were live, and I was like, oh well, hi everybody.
I was just being selfish. I was like, it was 3 o'clock, and I was deciding if I was going to do a live or not, and I mean, trust me, I could be doing laundry. I'm like, I got nothing better to do. And then I seen some articles, like some news things come out.
I thought you were working today.
I did. I worked 6 to 2. My original shift was 9 to 5, but then Gary asked me to switch him. So I was like, sure. And so what happened was, Charmaine, for me, okay, just quickly, not to take away from your freaking old age and shit, but I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m., right? I wake up a couple times, go to the bathroom, come back. I look at the clock, and it's like 4:20. And I'm like, beautiful. I got 10 more luscious minutes of sleeping. Next thing I know, I wake up, look at my alarm, my iPad, and it's 5:07. Okay? I don't hear freaking my alarm go off. So I wake up going, oh shit, it's 5:07. Thanking the God that it wasn't 6 o'clock at this point, because I didn't even have that many hours of sleep. My husband, who set his alarm, he's like, holy shit, my alarm didn't go off. What the hell? And I'm like, exactly. And then Ryan, my husband's brother, says that he could hear Steve's alarm going off. And now my husband has that song from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, well, shake it up, baby, now, that one. And so, twist. Okay. But anyway, so I'm like, is it possible that we were both so comatose that we each hit our alarms off? I don't think so. But both of us only woke up because I woke up. And my alarm didn't go off. And his alarm said he didn't go off. Imagine it both. Suspicious? I think so. It should be definitely investigated. Very. Yeah, it's not like my alarm went off at 4:30 this afternoon, right? Because I just say, hey, Siri. Hey, I better not say anything now. And I say, set my alarm, turn on my 4:30 a.m. alarm type of thing. Anyways, that's all I got to say about that. 4:20, Charmaine needs 4:20. That's when my husband landed here. 4:20. Sure, he did indeed. And he got so high from the chicks that were driving us. Mm-hmm. Anyways, go on about yourself. And you made dinner. You realized I was live. And
No, I didn't make dinner. I just threw chicken in the frying pan. It's still cooking.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, so how long is till your dinner time?
Ian's not even home yet. He's finishing. We're almost finished suite 1, so
Yeah,
he's gonna finish it up.
How many suites is that? So basically, Ian's been building this big ass mansion of a home on a mountain. And what exactly are you guys doing with it again? Just, I mean, I kind of know, but.
So the bottom,
1 second.
The top level is the living space, and it's absolutely massive. And then the bottom, he's got built into 2 separate self-contained B&B suites. And he's been doing it basically by himself for the last few years. And so for the last, since we got back from Slave Lake, I guess we've been working on suite 1 to get 1 suite done and out of the way. And he just, as I was leaving, he was finishing putting the countertops in, and then he just had to build just like a towel, a linen shelf for the bathroom. And then after that suite 1 is done, and then just has to install the sinks and toilets and everything. And I'll send you.
Do you have a picture that I can, like, well, do you have a picture of the home to send? You guys, this is a side note. Like, if you want to share.
What I do is I do mostly videos, but I've got a picture of the almost finished kitchen that we did today. And then
see, I get your photos. Yeah, but what? Do you have a picture of the home as well? Yeah.
I'm looking. I do somewhere. Yeah, I do somewhere. It's back a little bit, but I'll find it.
On there.
It is a really, really big house. Probably just easier to take a screenshot in a video.
Yeah. Image. Let's see here. Well, I'll show this one. There's Ian.
That's him.
Nice coloring of cupboards. Is that yellow?
So those. No, that's just pressboard. He has to put the countertop on it.
Oh, okay.
But so that kitchen, like, I was surprised at how talented this man is. These were sheets of just plywood or whatever, like whatever you use for cupboards, whatever, but they're just flat sheets. So he had to build all the boxes that go inside, and then he built the counter. See, what I did is I put the edge banding on them, and I put the handles on them. So I help. That's how I help. But he built all of that from scratch. Like, they're just plain flat boards.
Him and my husband.
And so the amount of time it took us. Yeah. It took 10 full days, not all at once, but 10 full days for him to build that. And this is the smallest kitchen in the house. So
I want
it's
to show
just
them
a lot.
Yeah, come on, chop. Post. Come on. You know, it probably is that extra year that you're older that's probably slowing you down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because my husband, he does a lot of mill work. He's just talented. Like, that's why I'm always bragging about my husband that way, because my husband can do anything. He can be a plumber, electrician, freaking the woodwork, the things that he builds. Last year he built like windmills and lighthouses, but you know, he does this stuff too, right? It's like some people are just got good with their hands, you know. So
Sharon, we're not having any kids, but we have a lot of grandkids, and there's 3 kitchens. And the idea, his idea when he started building the house was to live upstairs and then have the 2 bottom suites as B&Bs, and that's kind of a revenue to pay the mortgage idea, but now
Send a
my
picture.
entire family, they've all like decided they're going to move in. So
Send me a picture of the dang house. She keeps getting
well,
sidestepped.
I'm sending you a video, and it's just something I did for my daughter. I took a video of the fifth wheel because my youngest daughter's coming out this summer. So you can see that, like, I walk up to the house in this video. So yeah.
Okay.
So it's the fifth wheel to begin with, but then I turn around and start walking towards the house, and I have to dig for pictures of the whole house.
Come on now. I'm not trying to send it. I'm trying to download it. Okay, hold on. I'll download it. Ah, they're doggies.
Yeah,
Doggies
yeah, Harley.
That's it.
As much as I love living here on the Shuswap Lake, I like, we're probably going to end up moving into Suite 1 in July so that we can just, no, not at that place, Ben. There's no view of the lake. This was like up on top of a mountain. There's a creek that runs through the property. My apartment that I live in is on the lake. And I mean, I could keep it, but we wake up at 6 a.m. We're at the property by 7 or 8. And this is the earliest I've been home. Other than yesterday, this is the earliest I've been home in, I don't even know how long. We're there all day, every day. That's where I slept all day today.
Rough life.
I know.
Fifth wheel.
I was just showing her because that's where she has to stay because my other daughter and all the kids are coming, so they're going to stay in the suite.
Right.
And then I turn around and I do walk to the house so you can see it.
Okay. There's a purse. Steal the money. Right, Harley.
He's here behind me on the bed. He gets worn out too out there.
Oh, there's the house.
It's just massive. So the upstairs, it's over 7,000 square feet. Yeah, 2 self-contained suites in the bottom. One's 2-bedroom, one's 3-bedroom. And then there's 3 bedrooms upstairs. And the front of this is the back of the house where you'd go into the bottom suites for the B&B. The front door is on the other side of the house. And then he's got shops for all of his Kenworths built in there too.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Boom. Yeah, the whole massive.
No, I didn't quit my job, but the election seriously impacted the oil and gas industry. So it's just not that busy. I still work. Like I have a computer set up at the house. We have Wi-Fi at the house. So I set one of my computers up at the house so that if something comes up, I can work from there. And then I've got this one here.
Oh, 1 second.
So no matter where I can work, if anything comes up, right? And you know, I'm getting about 40 hours a week, and then I have my own company on the side where I have 7 clients I take care of, but they're also slow, so things have just really slowed down. I almost feel like I'm semi-retired. So it's good. I do have to go to Fox Creek here. It worked out really good. I go to Fox Creek at the end of May. I have a meeting first week of June in Fox, and then my granddaughter has a dance recital on June 6th. So I'm going to drive from here to Calgary, drop Harley off at my parents' house, drive up to Fox Creek, work there for a week, and then drive back down to Lethbridge and spend the weekend with my grandkids, and then back up here. And then they're all coming out here for Canada Day. So that suite should be done, well, tonight, by the time Ian gets home. But Ian's not leaving until he's done that suite. And then, yeah. Then he's got a big Kenworth he's got to fix, and then we'll get back onto Suite 2, we call it. So very busy, very not fun, very not what I had envisioned for my future. If you asked me a year ago, this is not where I thought I would be, but I like it. I love it. It's good. It's good. I broke all my nails, so that sucks. I think it will be worth it. He's a very good man. He's a very nice man, and he's such a hard worker. So he deserves absolutely everything he gets out of life.
Charmaine. My husband comes in the room, and he brings me booster juice, right?
Yeah.
And I'm all like, okay, look, Charmaine, look.
You spilt it.
Yeah.
You got a hole in your lip?
Huh? Yeah, I got a hole in my lip.
Do you got a hole in your lip?
Right? So I'm like, where the fuck did that just come from? Well, apparently a little bit of leaky near the roof there. Just saying. Anyways. Oh, I hit my thing. My camera. Anyway. Oh, that's too much. Oh, now it fell again. Fuck's sake. This thing, I always have to be precise. Anyways. So, yeah. Hair's covering it. Big ass stain.
That's a very pretty shirt. It kind of blends, makes it kind of look almost tie-dyed in that spot.
Right? I know. We'll see if the Resolve, I'll take Resolve to it. Tide stick. Fuck you, Tide stick.
Yeah.
Shit. You know, but I got some Resolve, so hopefully.
So,
go ahead. Go on.
I just wanted to talk to Ben for a second because he said it's great to see what's happened in your life in the past year. So really funny story. Hockey playoffs is going on, and one of my good friends is an Oilers fan, and I cannot stand the Oilers, but my team didn't make the playoffs. So, of course, he's ribbing at me. So I have to go way back to find my really, really good Oilers teams. And I started reading. Yeah. I started reading all of the types of memes that I used to save, like a little over a year ago. I was a man hater back then. Like I didn't like men at all.
Nope.
So it was,
Isn't it? Yeah, I know. I get it. You know.
And it was because of Sunny that I agreed to go out with Ian in the first place. So.
Yeah, I basically said you need to go get laid. You need to be happy again. Something like that. It was close. It was like deep, heartfelt words. I'm pretty sure I said to you.
Absolutely, always.
No, but,
always.
So for me, the non-man hater. So you know, I've been abused, been kicked around, tossed around, whatever. My third marriage, okay, with someone from 15 to 26, 26 to freaking whatever the age I was, 30 something, 36, 30, whatever. Been married. July 11th will be 11 years with my husband. So it's not like I have had short-term relationships. They've all been long. But you never give up on love, Charmaine. You never give, and I don't care who you are watching right now. You don't give up on love. You don't become this fucking miserable, man-hating, freaking aura shit that goes around. I mean, you can hate them for a while, as long as you come out of it. But because I mean, Charmaine, she was like, I don't know, fucking man. Blah, blah. I thought Charmaine, you know, to see how much she has evolved in this last like year and a half, a bit. It's been a lot of changes, but it's one of those things. Yeah. I mean, you know, the thing is, if you close those freaking doors, and by the way, Joe Hunter has 12 grandbabies. Suck on that. 12 grandbabies. People are another quarter in the swear. Oh, Joe, every now and again, you have to release a little bit. Okay. I'm not a huge swearer in life, but when certain things come out sometimes. Okay. And it's probably more a penny. There's some people that swear every drop of a dime. And they just roll out sometimes.
That's me when I'm not on here.
Eh?
When I'm not on here, I talk and I swear like a trucker. It's terrible.
Yeah, she's a trucker motherfucker.
Yeah, and I'm really, really good at controlling my mouth around my grandkids. It's almost like second nature. I don't do it around them, but any other time I cannot help it.
On there. But yeah, so I've taken this man hater to Now, I'm not exactly sure when she's going to get married, but I feel like it's going to be in the future at some point. Actually, you know what? Who cares about getting married nowadays? Who cares? Honestly. To be honest with you, I don't recommend it anymore. You can love somebody, but you don't need to marry them now.
That's right.
You don't. Honestly, then you have to start fucking doing all this shit with paperwork and crap. Something never happens, blah, 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 divorce crap and blah, 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 blah. No, I'm okay nowadays, even though I'm married, okay, because, but I'd say I'd never do it again. I'll put it that way. Unless someone's dangling, like, okay, I'm not a money person, but if somebody was dangling $1 million in front of my face and said, you can have this if you marry me, probably chances are I'd be like, fine.
Why not?
Talk me into it. All right then. Believe that expression is a sailor. Yeah.
Oh, yes, a sailor too. But you're on the East Coast, am I right? So you're a sailor. I'm a trucker.
East Coast would say sailor. Yeah. That's how they afford to build their house, a swear jar. 75 cents in 30 seconds. A marriage license is just dollars for the government. A marriage is a commitment between a couple, not paperwork anyway. I agree. Yeah, back in the day, that whole white dress, crap and everything, a lot of people did. I could have cared less about that crap, to be honest with you. I was never into the whole white dress. Like, I never go, ooh, Now, let me tell you a secret about my twin sister who's never been married. Tanya, if you're listening, sorry. Right, hey, it's my twin sister who's never been married but has 4 children with 3 different dads. There's many times that closet has had bridesmaid dresses in it and a wedding gown, and not once did they ever. What happened was they all got sold over the years. Every time she thought she was going to be marrying, didn't happen, and all those things. And then Haley, Haley, my niece, the redhead, the second oldest of my twin sister. She's a redheaded double child. Now, she was going to get married to, I think his name was Gurdeep. They ended up getting married. But my sister had bought all these freaking round wickery mat things and gold plate things and lanterns and everything. Guess what? Never got used, did it? Nope. Had to sell it all. I was literally at her house the other day. Remember when I said I was going over to my twin's house? I was literally at her house the other day. And some psychic lady was coming over to pick up all this stuff for $350. And that stuff was probably worth like $1,000. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. My sister.
That's not very nice.
Well, so how Charmaine made mention to the fact of her having, I looked at all my memes and I was a real man-hater. Well, my sister is triple that. Actually, quadruple that. Actually, 5 times that. So there's this aura of smell that men can smell around people that are man-haters. It's like you give off this aura and people are like ducking and dodging because they can smell that, right? And you're just like, I'm fine being alone, blah, blah, blah. I don't need a man, blah, 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 blah. Because you don't want to be hurt again. You don't want to be whatever again, right?
But I mean, I can honestly say I still don't.
I know.
Still don't, but I just happen to have this companion now who's on the same level as me. He doesn't expect anything of me. I don't expect anything of him. And I made a comment yesterday. He's always messing with me. And that's good because I always mess with people. He needs to be that way to be with me. And I said to him the other day, we spend a lot of time together. And he said, yeah, I think that should change. And I was like, oh, really? That's what you say? Because I was just about to say, I'm amazed we still get along so well. He just laughed because I knew he was kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, you spend all day every day with somebody for the better part of a year. You'd expect to have an argument or something and just nothing.
Yeah, how's your chicken?
I did, Sharon. It's simmering. We're good.
I just want to ask Joe something. Hey, Joe, you said Chaos and I are both redheads. Now, when you say Chaos, are you talking about that person that was in here earlier called something Chaos? Talking about that person's name or something totally different? Father-in-law, favorite expression. It's just because you said chaos, and now I'm thinking, well, there was a chaos in here not long ago. Oh, okay. So it was that person? I can't remember the first name. I just remember literally the name Chaos in it. I feel like it was like, what was it? Cyber Chaos or Psychic Chaos? There was something. As far as my memory bells went, the word chaos. I was like, wait, red alert, red alert. I feel like I remember this name. Okay, so cyber chaos. That was it. Okay, I said that. I said cyber chaos. That was the first one I said. I just remembered a C. I feel like I saw a C, right? And then I remembered the word chaos. And I was like, is it cyber chaos? But I couldn't remember for sure. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for clarifying. On there. Now, Charmaine, because I don't want to keep you too long here. This case. Okay. Wait, are you done with your personal life?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just answering questions. I mean, I'll talk about it all day if people want to know, but I don't.
No, I'll stop you right then and there. Okay. We're too old for this shit to keep going. No, just kidding.
Beautiful.
No, what I want to know. So there was a couple of things. One of the things, you can hear my brother-in-law and my husband. Guess where they're going? They're going to Wendy's.
Ooh,
My
I
husband's
had
like,
Burger King today.
Yeah, you know what? Every time side note, every time I go to Burger King, so Burger King in my head is a lot better than what it tastes. Whenever I eat it, I swear to God, it never tastes even half as good as what I picture in my head. One of my favorite things was Harvey's. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey's made the ultimate chicken sandwiches when they were long. And yeah, got the long chicken burger, and you put on their freaking miracle mayonnaise sauce and tomatoes, and it was amazing. Then they changed it all the hell up, right? Not swearing, Joe. Then they changed it all up, and it was never the same. So the only person that made a chicken burger even remotely close was Burger King. But every time I eat it, and the little freaking chicken thing gets smaller, the buns get soggier, and then I'm always disappointed whenever I have one. They're just not that good. But in my head, I still want to believe that it's like the Harvey's chicken burger. But anyways,
yeah.
I mean, there's Burger King down the street too, but
haven't had Burger King in years, and I just wanted Burger King, so we got Burger King, and now I'm good for another decade.
Yeah, you had the Whopper. What'd you have?
Anyways, yeah, I had a Whopper with cheese. I had like half a Whopper with cheese. This is a really big burger.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it was good. But
Arby's. I like Arby's. I do like the cheddar melts and the stuff like that with Arby's and the spirally curly fries. Yeah.
I love Arby's.
Now you're just making me hungry again. Okay. So going back to this. I want to play this part. Okay. Let me play this. That's not really the one I think. I think that's the second one. Let me play this, Charmaine. 1 second. Anyways, it's beautiful home up there in the woods, Canada. You could probably get murdered and no one would find you for at least a week. Just saying. You know, you guys should turn it into a true crime house. Have like true crime part, like those mystery weekends.
He does have one of them concrete rooms, soundproof rooms. So,
got a dungeon, and Anyways, I've always wanted to go to one of those. Do one of those. Mm-hmm. Okay, share screen.
The one thing I wanted to ask you didn't when I commented to you. You have you asked me what I thought about that update, and I was like, well, to me, it's kind of strange that the parents led the searchers to where they ended up finding that pink blanket. You didn't say anything back. What did you think about that? Do you think that was a little hinky?
No, because I don't remember about that part. And I totally forgot you sent that. But I remember looking at it going, what's she talking about? I didn't know that the parents led them to that pink blanket. No, but that's weird.
Yeah,
Because that's
very
weird.
weird. And Mahela told the officers on the spot that is Lily's blanket. And I was like,
somebody said earlier.
yeah, it's good that they found something. I get it, but why is nobody talking about the fact that the parents led them there?
Well, no, some people have brought that up, but I'm not familiar enough with that piece, to be honest with you. And somebody else made a mention of that in here, but now is that on the dispatch that it said?
Yes. Remember I sent you that video and you said, oh yeah, I just watched that. They're just going over basically Plunder's dispatch, the radio traffic.
Yeah.
But in there, one of the officers on the radio said the parents took us to this area, and then they were confirming that they found a pink blanket and then a piece of cloth or something.
You're talking on Shanitra Speaks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for that in a minute and see, because that's news to me, because as far as I knew it is that they came across like Plunder, right? This is where I heard it from first. And Plunder says, like, she doesn't say anything about Malela finding it.
Nobody's talking about it, but I know what I heard. Like, I know what I heard.
Well, that's just it. Unless you can pinpoint that for me. But in saying that, let me play this quickly. And I just want you to judge Daniel, how he's speaking, and if you find sincerity. One sec. Hey, Charmaine?
Yeah.
Charmaine?
What's
I'm playing the wrong clip. I've done that a couple times.
I was wondering what was going on.
I got so many damn ass tabs open. I'm looking because I got 2 interviews with that same freaking shirt on. And so I'm sitting here playing it, and it's not the one playing. Actually, hold on. Let me take this down for a sec, and we'll come back to that. How's your chicken? Chicken good? Chicken good?
I'm actually in his home, so I'm going to go put some rice on, but I will be listening to the interview.
Okay, hold on. I want to. Okay, I want to talk about like that. Yeah, that blanket. So, if you need to stand up and go away from me, go ahead, because it's right here at like 1:29 is when I can see her talking about the blanket. So I'll just go to.
In this video, I want to go over some key developments, including dispatch audio from the initial search when the siblings first went missing.
Oh my God, I hate
a lot of people have been wondering if the kids were by any water, and there's a portion of the dispatch audio that speaks about this. There's also dispatch audio related to the pink blanket, which has been a huge discussion online. What's really interesting about this particular piece of the dispatch audio is that you'll hear who alerted the search team about the blanket, and that plays a big role as to why this discussion may be going on online. In addition to that, there's also a caller who wanted to remain anonymous and reported a possible mine shaft. There are a few other things I want to go over as well, but before we get into the dispatch audio and everything else, let me give you some quick background in case you haven't been following.
Okay, wait, we don't need background. We don't need background. Hold on a second. Let me see if there's any more of this pink top.
There
pink
is.
blanket.
It's in the audio. It's a blanket.
42. I think it's when it is. Okay, I think it's right around here. Okay.
I was going to say I think it's towards the end.
Yeah, so let me hit play.
Yeah, 10-4, create a file.
So
they can be linked to the other file with a local detachment. Just dispatch them regular call.
10-4. It's going to be the same detachment, but I will do that.
Okay, so you heard the news clip and what they said, and that was a very important detail, is that police officials will not confirm other than the family who was last with the kids. Remember, this question has keep coming up because in news reports, it was reported that Daniel Martell told the news reporters when they were there to interview him that his brother and his mother stayed on the property. So a lot of people have been posing the question as to if Lily and Jack got out the sliding door, did the mother or the brother see them on the property? And that's a very logical question, but it doesn't seem that the authorities are inclined to answer it at this time. Now, you are also heard from the criminologist, and what he stated is that he believes that they're working backwards, that they may have made a mistake. And please listen to what he said in that news interview. He believes that something else is going on. So let me know, what are your thoughts below? Please drop them below. Of course, the news said that the police will not confirm if there are any suspects right now. The police will not confirm who was the last to see the children other than the family. The police will not confirm. Really, they've been tight-lipped. And to some degree, we have to understand and appreciate, out of the respect for the investigation and where it could potentially go, that they may want to keep things close hold so it doesn't compromise the integrity of the investigation. But the news reporter and the criminologist said, well, for them to make a plea with the public to request tips, but then they in exchange will not provide information, they really said that they don't believe that the police are operating fairly. What are your thoughts about that, about what the news said? Drop your comments below. Then, did you hear the pink blanket, the audio that I played for you guys, the police dispatch audio?
No, I didn't.
Pretty cool.
Let's find it.
Possibly. There's a couple other pieces of old clothing here. Pieces just torn, like pieces of...
Hold on. Come on now. It's got to be somewhere around here.
Not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket, which the mother says she believes it belongs to her daughter. It's just off the road here, and if you do PU status, you'll see where Bravo 3 and Bravo 8 are.
Yeah, it'll be just off the Lansdowne Road, off the 289.
Did we say we found an article? Possibly. There's a couple other pieces of old clothing here. Pieces just torn, like pieces of rag, but there is a
It might be a little before that when he says the parents took them to that area.
So, yes, risk manager, Travis.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Just spoke with Inspector Mason. Halifax Fire does not have an affordable asset at this time. Okay, copy. Thanks, Shane.
Risk manager, copy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. A bit of communication smozzle there. We probably will look at continuing through the night, depending on resources. A lot of the search teams are down because of the last two searches. So I don't know if we need to reach out to city camps in Venice, potentially Cape Red Regional.
Copy that. Do you need some relief yourself? Who do you suggest I contact?
I'm good for a while yet, so I know Elise was out all last night, so Jess, wrong hand maybe. Sergeant Young, Lieutenant.
Go ahead. Yeah, Joe, I know you probably don't have reception out there, so Carly from Stratcom will send you a couple emails, but I'll give her the updates, and she's going to send me the most updated release, and I'll verify it, because I don't think you have her service, eh?
Yeah, and for actually I got Wi-Fi here now in the command, so if you need search for IC for tomorrow, I can come here tomorrow if you want. If you need search for IC for tomorrow.
Did I go back too far?
Yeah, sorry, Joey, you broke up there, but if you can, you should CC both of us. I'll give you time to say, I'll let you know when it's there, if you can get it, take a look at it. If not, then I'll verify it for you.
That's right. Oh, it doesn't start again until 34:41. And it says, go ahead. Families brought us to this location. Okay, yeah, so it was just slightly before.
Go ahead. Families brought us to a location there, not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket, which the mother says she believes it belongs to her daughter. It's just off the road here, and if you do PU status, you'll see where Bravo 3 and Bravo 8 are.
Yeah, it'll be just off the Lansdowne Road, off of 289.
Why are more people not talking about that?
Well,
like I know this woman said that it's outrage on the internet, but I haven't heard too terribly much about that piece of information.
I've heard it. I have heard it a few times, but I just, so I listened to Plunder, but I can't say that I listened to every piece of audio that she was playing, because after a while, audio gets kind of boring. And so I remember hearing about the pink blanket, like listening, but her thing was an hour and a half long. And at some point I probably zoned out. So I remember hearing about a pink blanket, but I didn't know that, it said, now they say the families brought us to this location. Obviously, well, what families? Obviously, it was,
Well, the parents are right there, because mom said that was her daughter's. But here's the thing: since the very beginning, I said maybe the reason why Daniel is so comfortable talking to the media and searching is because he knows the kids aren't there. And why was he so surprised that the backpack or the boots or nothing was found? A pull-up wasn't found yet. in the search area. You know what I mean? And then not magically all of a sudden, because we don't know the timeline of events, but they end up leading searchers to a blanket or a piece of a blanket. I mean, that's a little fishy.
And like, how does one person, the mother out of all people, say that she believes, and then so it's kind of like, hey,
and then she leaves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my daughter's blanket. Bye.
And Daniel says it's not part of it. What do you make of that crap? Anyways, okay. You know what? My husband's going to be back very soon with Wendy's. Charmaine needs to go cook some different rice for whatchamacallit. So we're going to leave this for, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I work till 5, but if there's anything pressing, if not, we'll maybe do a live up on, I work till 5:30 on Thursday. Huh? Maybe, anyways, and bring this back up, and discuss this. So,
I'll look into it too. Like I said, I haven't heard anything and I've been busy. I haven't looked into anything, but I'll look into it, see if I can find all of this chatter on the internet about the blanket, because I haven't seen any.
Well, I have a little bit. I've been hearing about the blanket recently.
About the blanket, but not of the fact that mom led them there and said that was Lily's blanket.
Somebody mentioned it in chat today, and I was like, "What?" Like, I didn't even know what the person was talking about, to be honest with you. And then because I was like, "What do you mean?" Like freaking the mom led? Like, where did you see this? Where did you hear this? Right? And I can't remember what the person said or whatever afterwards. After that, to be honest with you, but now that you've said it too, obviously there was credence to what was being said, because you guys had heard it somewhere. You know,
and if it was just the YouTube channel that said it or whatever, but it came out of the radio traffic, so we know it happened.
Absolutely. Okay. With that being said, you guys, thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, for hitting that like and the share. Thank you, everyone, for joining us live. Again, happy belated birthday from yesterday, Charmaine. And thank you for coming up here as well. Melissa was on here for a little bit yesterday as well, and for a lot bit actually. Anyways, thank you guys so much. You guys take care. We'll see you in the next day or two, unless of course there's any groundbreaking stuff, as long as it doesn't happen when I'm at work. I hate that shit when I'm at work and all of a sudden some people are texting me and going, they found it, and I'm just like, I'm at work. Anyways, thank you guys so much. You guys have a blessed night. Take care. All the best to you. Biggest hug. And the only person that donated tonight was It's a Coming Shame. She gave out 5 wonderful gift memberships. You're welcome. Anyways, you guys, prayers to Jack and Lily, prayers to Dylan Ehler, prayers to Sebastian Rogers in this particular live. And thank you to people's videos that we showed for Deception Detective, Evil Exists, Plunder, and Shanika Speaks, or however you say that word. Anyways, thank you guys. Have a great night. See you soon. Ready, Charmaine? You ready to blow this popsicle stand?
I am ready.
Okay. And no swearing. No more swearing. Or Joe's going to be at you.
The world is cold.